Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Just before we get started, I wanted to take the opportunity to officially welcome our newest member of Ottawa City Council, Isabel Skalski. Welcome to you. Congratulations on your win in the recent by-election, and thank you for choosing public service. Thank you for choosing to serve your community at City Hall. I'm really looking forward to working with you, as I know all of my colleagues on City Council are. And I wanted to thank the residents of Osgood. I know there are some members of the community who are here today. Welcome to you. I wanted to thank the residents of Osgood who had 3 elections in 5 months, 1 federal, 1 provincial, 1 municipal. So you're done with elections, at least for the next little while. I'm sure you're happy about that. But thank you for being here today. With that, for those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. And please remain standing. I will ask Councillor Devine now to introduce the performers of our national anthem.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. So it is my pleasure to have with us today residents and staff from Stepstone House, along with their Executive Director, Pastor Joe Kiria. With a network of 12 houses across Ottawa, including in Ward 9, Stepstone House provides transitional housing to 120 refugees and newcomers. I visited Stepstone House early in the term, where I saw firsthand the positive impact that Stepstone House has on their residents, including the extensive process that Pastor Joseph has each resident go through on their pathway to Canadian citizenship. Today's choir consists of new Canadians who have come from Uganda, from Cameroon, from Congo, and from Zambia. Their T-shirts proudly bear our nation's flag on the back, along with the hashtag refugees welcome message that resonated. That message that resonated at last year's Rally for Refugees. And Mr. Mayor, they brought a T-shirt for you because our mayor spoke so supportively at that rally. So last week I had dinner with the choir at their rehearsal, where some of these folks were learning our national anthem for the first time. During dinner, Pastor Joseph spoke about the human need to belong, a need that's shared by everyone, but especially to those finding themselves in a new land. The residents of Stepstone House are very proud of the opportunity they have here today. By singing the anthem of their new home here in council chambers within the people's home, they are celebrating the Canada where they now belong. Over to you, Stepstone House.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot in all others command. Car ton bois s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants espoirs. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Hello? Okay. Thank you. They've already left now, but thank you to the members of Stepstone House for that wonderful performance of our national anthem. Nous avons une présentation très spéciale
We
devant
have a
le
very
Conseil
special
ce matin.
presentation this
I'd
morning.
like to invite Wendy Stephenson, our city manager, and Renée Amilcar, our general manager of transit services, to join me at the podium, please. Alors, comme vous le savez, Madame Amilcar occupera bientôt le poste
As
de
you may
présidente
know,
de
Madame Amilcar will soon be
générale
taking up the
de
position
Mobilité
of President and
Infra-Québec.
CEO of
Et
Mobilité
nous sommes
Infra
bien
Québec.
fiers d'elle.
We are very proud of
Félicitations,
her.
Renée. Je sais
Congratulations,
que
Renée.
tu amèneras une
I know that you will bring a
expertise
wealth of
approfondie
expertise
à ton nouveau poste,
to your new
tout comme
position,
tu l'as fait lorsque
just
tu as
as you
pris
did
le
when you
poste
took
de
on
directrice
the role
générale
of
à OC
CEO
Transpo il y a
of
environ 4
actually
ans.
of executive director of OC
Je
Transpo about
tiens
4 years
à te
ago.
remercier
Renée, I
pour
would like to
ta
thank you
loyauté envers
for
le
your
conseil
loyalty
municipal et nos
to the
résidents
City
durant
Council
ton
and to our
mandat de
resident
directrice
during your
générale.
tenure
Tu es
as
entrée en
General
poste à un
Director.
moment
You
très, très
started at a
difficile.
very difficult
Si on
time.
repense à
If you think
2022,
back to
lorsque le
2022,
conseil a
when this
entamé
term of
son
council
mandat,
began,
nous faisons face
we
à
were
de
facing
nombreux défis
a lot of
importants
big
concernant
obstacles
OC Transpo
with
et
OC
notre
Transpo
réseau de trains légers.
and the LRT
Notre réseau
system.
de transport en commun vivait des
Our
moments
transit
difficiles,
system was
mais
going through a
cela n'a
difficult
pas
time,
déstabilisé
but this
Renée.
didn't phase
Elle était
Renée.
là avec
She
son
was there
équipe
with her
parmi
team,
les chauffeurs d'autobus,
among the
les
bus drivers,
mécaniciens et les
mechanics, and
opérateurs,
operators,
cherchant à
trying
comprendre
to
les
understand the
problèmes,
issues,
non seulement du
not
point de
just
vue
from a
d'une
director's
directrice
perspective,
générale, mais aussi
but
du point
also
de vue d'une ingénieure.
from an engineer's
Renée s'est
perspective.
attaquée à cette
Renée
tâche
approached
avec
this
plus de
task
2
with more than
décennies
2
d'expérience
decades of
dans le transport en
experience
commun.
in public
Elle
transit.
savait comment
She knew how to
diagnostiquer et
diagnose
résoudre
and
un
solve a
problème
problem quickly.
rapidement. Renée a apporté à
Renée
ce
brought
poste
all
toute son
of her
expérience
experience to this
ainsi
role,
que des compétences
along with
impressionnantes en
impressive leadership
et
and
en
negotiation
négociation.
skills.
J'ajouterais qu'elle a apporté
I
une
must say that
passion pour ce que
she
le
brought to
transport
this
en
role a
commun
passion for
devrait
what
et
public
pourrait
transit should
être.
and could be,
Un service
a
fiable
reliable and
et
sustainable
durable qui
service
amène les gens
that
à
gets
leur
people
destination
where they
quand
need to
ils
go
en ont besoin.
and when they need to be
Renée
there.
brought to the role that she took on at OC Transpo a passion for what public transit should be and can be, a reliable and sustainable service that gets people where they need to go every single day. Comme elle le disait souvent à son équipe,
Like she often said to her
sans les
team,
clients, nous
without
n'existons
customers,
pas.
we don't
Grâce à
exist.
son leadership, la
Thanks to her
performance des
leadership,
lignes 1 s'est
Line 1
améliorée,
performance has
les lignes
improved,
2 et 4
lines 2 and
performent
4
bien,
are
le
performing well.
prolongement vers l'est
The
de l'étape
eastward
2
extensions of
s'ouvrira en
phase 2 will
2025,
open in 2025,
en 2025, et la fiabilité de
and the
notre service
reliability of our
d'autobus
bus
se porte
service
mieux.
is
Au
improving.
moment du départ de Renée,
As Renée leaves,
OC Transpo est
OC
dans une
Transpo is in a
position
much
beaucoup
stronger
plus
position
robuste que lorsqu'elle
than
est
when she
arrivée.
arrived.
Je suis reconnaissant pour
I'm
tout ce qu'elle a
grateful for
fait pour
everything that she
aider
has done
à améliorer le
to
transport en
help
commun
public
à
transit
Ottawa.
in Ottawa.
Renée is leaving OC Transpo in a much stronger position than when she arrived, and I am extremely grateful for everything she has done to help improve public transit in Ottawa. J'ai été très impressionné par son
I was very
expérience et ses
impressed by your
connaissances,
experience and
et ce
knowledge,
fut toujours un
and it has
plaisir
always
de
been a
travailler
pleasure
avec elle.
to work with
Et je
her.
suis fier d'elle.
And I'm
Tout comme
proud of her,
plusieurs des personnes
as
qu'elle
are
a
many of the
invitées
people
aujourd'hui,
she has invited here.
incluant l'honorable
This means the Honorable Céline Hervieux-Payette, Madeleine Chenette, MP for Blainville, Thérèse de Blainville, senior executives and staff members of transit services, and her family members, including her sister Felicia Amilcar and her mother Marlène Gaillot. Welcome to both of you. Welcome to all of you.
Et vous avez plusieurs plusieurs amis ici aussi.
And you have also many friends with you today. Marlène, I want you to know that Renée remembers taking a Montreal metro with you when she first arrived from Haiti at the age of 11. Do you remember getting on a metro and looking back to see the doors closing with young Renée still on the platform? You remember that? As she just arrived in the country, she was afraid of going too fast and didn't get on the subway car before the doors closed. You signaled to her to stay where she was while the train took you to the next station. Then you had to turn around, come back, and go get her. I can imagine how scared you must have felt and how relieved you were to finally be reunited at Renée at that station. How could you have been able to imagine that one day your daughter would be responsible for the public transit system of a capital city and now of a province?
Vous devez... Pardon? Oui. Très bien. Vous devez être si fier
You must be so proud of her and so impressed by all her accomplishments. Congratulations to Renée's entire family for supporting and encouraging her throughout her career. Thank you, Renée. Thank you for your service. I wish you much success in your next chapter. Now I would like to give the floor to Wendy Stephenson.
About Renée. Wendy?
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. I want to say thank you very much for the introduction, Mayor. And bonjour. Good morning, everyone. And I too want to wish a very special welcome to one of Renée's biggest supporters, her mom, Marlène. Welcome to City Hall today, and thank you for being here. Aujourd'hui, je suis heureuse de féliciter
Today,
Renée.
I'm honored to have the opportunity to recognize and thank Renée Amilcar.
Today, I am honored to have the opportunity to recognize and thank Renée for her contributions to our city and to our organization. And Renée, you arrived here in October 2021. I remember the day. And it was a time when we were certainly facing challenges with our public transit system. But Renée, you have always accepted difficult, complex projects and positions throughout your career. And you were ready to tackle this unique and big challenge. And to prove that, and I'm going to quote Renée here, you said, transit can do better. And one of the things that has always impressed me about Renée is her ability to be fearless. She's never afraid to make a tough decision or make a decision that might not be the most popular, but in the long run, it is best for our community. And it is with this fearlessness that Renée was able to improve the stability of our light rail transit system. You know, right from the time that Renée arrived, she knew what she had to do. She worked with RTG, RTM experts, and our partners to find solutions, and she produced results. Under Renée's leadership, our team in transit services successfully launched lines 2 and 4, improving the connectivity and the mobility in our city. And Renée, I commend you on this launch. It was flawless. She made absolute sure that the system was safe, efficient, and ready to go before it was officially open to the public. And one of the things that I wanted to mention about Renée today is her love for data. And under Renée's guidance, our Transit Services Department has been working very hard to quantify and measure our system's performance. And they have put a rigorous data process in place. And this has really helped us get a very clear picture of what's working and what's not working in our transit system. And by using this data, we can continue to make improvements that will benefit our customers for years to come. And last, but certainly not least, I want to recognize Renée today for her people-first approach. Renée, we all know how busy you are, but one of the things that I am always so amazed is how you take the time and dedicate it to spending that time with your team. And whether it's on a bus, in the garage, in the yards, or the stations, Renée, you were there. You know, if it was bad weather, a significant snowfall, Renée, you were there. Or, you know, if it was a night shift, Renée, you were there. Renée a toujours tenu à célébrer l'équipe de service.
Renée always made a point to celebrate a team in the transit services.
To celebrate her team in transit services. And I'm just so pleased to see so many of them here today. Thinking about your Friday emails, so not Friday, but Friday emails, which highlighted stories of service excellence right across the department, to sending notes of recognition and thanks. Renée knows how to make her team feel appreciated and that they are making a difference. Elle a aussi voulu encourager le talent et donner.
She also, in addition, Renée also made a point to develop talent with her department and provide opportunity and experience to new and emerging leaders.
Also made a point to develop talent within her department, providing opportunity and experience for new and emerging leaders. And Renée has created opportunities for women within her department. And having women in leadership roles is something that we are just very proud of here at the City of Ottawa. And Renée has helped us move ourselves towards that goal while helping inspiring other women in her department. Renée, on behalf of the senior leadership team and staff here at the City of Ottawa, I want to take this opportunity today to say thank you. Merci. Au nom de l'équipe de la haute direction et de
Renée, on behalf of the senior leadership team and staff of the City of Ottawa, I would like to take this opportunity today to say thank you.
Thank you for your guidance. Merci pour ton soutien et ton
Thank you so
conseil.
much
And
for
thank
your
you
leadership and your
everything
you've
accomplished here at the city. We are so proud of you. We will miss you very much around our SLT table, and we wish you all the best of success in your new role at Mobilité Infra Québec. Je te souhaite beaucoup de succès.
So I hope
Tu vas nous manquer.
we will miss you.
Renée.
Thank you so much, Renée.
Okay, we're now going to present Renée with a little token of our appreciation. She still can't see. I'm going to show it to everybody else, though. That's Renée loved to walk along the canal in Ottawa, one of her favorite pastimes. And so we found a way to actually get her in the shot. That's Renée right there walking down the canal. Alors, Renée, j'aimerais maintenant vous
Renée,
inviter à faire quelques...
I would like to give you the floor.
Well, Mayor Sutcliffe, Chair Gower, members of council, Wendy, colleagues, friends, and family. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Wendy, for your kind recognition. It is truly an honor to be acknowledged by such a well-respected council. When items rise to this table, they come after tireless work, countless updates, and immense collaboration. Standing here today, I'm deeply moved as I reflect on the past 4 years, a time that has felt incredibly fast and profoundly long. When I was first approached about joining OC Transpo, I was hesitant. In fact, I initially said no, but after the second derailment, I felt a call to serve and contribute. and I'm so glad I did. From the moment I joined, I was welcomed into a team of professionals who have since grown into some of the best experts I have ever had the privilege to work with. Not only my leadership team, but the extended leadership team, and most importantly, the frontline employees who keep the city moving every single day. Just this week, I returned from UITP, the International Union of Public Transport, from the Global Summit in Hamburg, where I was shocked, honored, and humbled to be re-elected president for a second term with 100% support from the hundreds of members who voted at the General Assembly. This is the first time 100% support was received in UITP's 140-year story. UITP has been an invaluable partner to OC Transport, and I will remain forever grateful for the opportunity to connect Ottawa with global transit leaders to exchange knowledge and solutions. I know that collaboration will continue and deepen. My husband, Patrick, and my daughter, Jade, couldn't be here today. They are in Montreal for work, but I know they are watching on YouTube. Salut. Thank you both for allowing me the space to give so much of myself to OC Transport, even when that meant missing time at home. I love you so much. During my 4 years in Ottawa, my daughter Jade completed an undergraduate degree in molecular and cell biology at Concordia University in Montreal. I'm happy that I will now be able to be by her side as she embarks on a master's degree program. Time has passed, but so much has been achieved. My mom, Marlene, I promise that I will not cry. She's 85 years old. She's here. She's so proud of me. She traveled from Montreal to Ottawa to see me. Mom, Felicia, my sister, couldn't make it. You are my inspiration. Maman, bon Dieu, faut te poter m'soudo, ou menem de chapelle. En plus, ou pas de côté pièce, moun, qui tape d'où comme pas de cap, non. Merci en pile, moi, en pile. To my mentor, MP, Madeleine Chenette, thank you for encouraging me to take this leap. You saw something in me, and you were right. Senator Céline Hervieux-Payette, thank you for your open arms when I arrived in Ottawa, and even offering me a room in your home. And for, of course, introducing me to former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, who later spoke at Ottawa's first ever UITP Executive and Policy Board meeting. What a welcome. Alana Saikali, when I first met you, I knew immediately that being an executive assistant was only a stepping stone. Your brilliance and drive made that clear from day one. Your potential is timeless. Reach for the stars. Stephanie Gala, our time together was short, but you left a lasting impression. You are skilled and talented. You have a bright future ahead. To the many others I wish I could name, I know I'm running late. Olivia, thank you for building a recruitment team within transit services. The team you developed from scratch quickly onboarded 800 operators within 2 years. That's huge for OC Transport. Richard Holder, thank you for your partnership in putting the engineering department in place, which was long overdue to solve the technical issues. As you know, from my first interview on my second day here, technical issues are solved by technical solutions. Without your leadership, we could not have done it. Schlosson Turner, thanks to Steve Kanelakos and Steve Box for encouraging you to come to transit to help build a strong communications team. Both Steve set me up for success by accepting my idea to put this strategic communication and external relations service area in place. We knew Ottawa needed transparency. Your leadership helped us achieve that. But Trebutat, as former head of the TSB, your safety-first approach transformed our culture. Your wisdom and credibility brought trust from both council and residents. Thank you for that. Rami, your innovative thinking, strategic mindset, and people-first approach breathe new life into transit bus operations and maintenance. Your journey is only beginning, and I know you'll surpass even what I have done. To my DLT, I know you won't forget the late night and early morning departmental leadership team meetings to solve issues in order to maintain transit service in Ottawa. To our union presidents, Ansho, Jamie, Clint, and Noah, thank you for working with us toward our shared goal, delivering excellent service to the people of Ottawa. Dalvin Love, Matt Peters, Chad Miles, Bob Lafontaine, Alain Deveau, Derek Washington, you were my work when I arrived. Thank you for that. Your patience and willingness to teach me were a gift. You are amazing leaders of Ottawa City Council. Keep up the great work. To senior leadership team under Wendy Stephenson leadership, thank you for continually advocating for transit and ensuring it remains a priority in this city. Chair Gower, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for respecting staff expertise, for listening, and for never telling me what to do, but trusting our advice. Vice Chair DeRoche, your courage in leading the LRT subcommittee during such a critical time deserves recognition. You empowered our team, received 104 recommendations from the public inquiry, and helped pave the way for lines 2 and 4. Since announcing my departure, I have been flooded with the most uplifting messages from residents, employees, colleagues, councillors, family, and friends. I'm deeply grateful. Mr. Mayor, thank you for respecting not only me, but my entire team. We could feel your confidence in our work, and that support made a difference. Nathalie Goujon, in all my years in leadership, I've worked with many auditors, but you stand out. Your audits made our team stronger every time, but please give them a break now. I'm almost done. Valérie Turner, you knew I was here alone and that my English was not perfect. I'm better now. Hopefully you're proud of me. You looked out for me on my sad days, knowing I was alone. You opened your door to me. I will never forget this kindness. To the OC Transport team, what a legacy we have built. We set the bar high. We aimed for 99.5% service delivery, and I know with the right funding, we'll get there, I believe, in you. Troy, with you being customer-focused, collaborative, and grounded in leadership, you should be incredibly proud to the leader you are today. Thank you to Wendy for asking you to step up and accept the role of interim general manager. And yes, I have accepted a new position even further from home in beautiful Quebec City. Pat, Jade, I'm so sorry, but the good news is I will be working from Montreal at times. Chantal, Monica, Julie, merci, vous êtes là, ça compte beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup pour moi.
Thank you, you're there. It's very, very important for me. And Marco also, and Karine too. It's very important to me.
I do so with immense pride. I trust that OC Transport will continue its forward with courage, collaboration, and the commitment to serve this beautiful city with excellence. I'll miss you all, but a good leader needs to know when to allow another great leader to write the next chapter. Pat, Jade, and my servant shepherd Mocha, I'm coming home. Merci beaucoup.
Merci encore une fois, Renée. Thank you,
Thank you
Renée,
again, Renée.
I always find these ceremonies a little bit amusing because we do this big goodbye and then Renée sits down and gets right back to work at a council meeting. So just before we go any further, I wanted to ask Wendy to introduce some of the new members of the team who are joining us today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
And I want to take the opportunity this morning to formally introduce to members of council our newest member of the senior leadership team, and that's Marcia Wallace, who is just sitting to the left of me this morning. And Marcia started, I'm going to say a week ago Monday, so 8 days or so, as the General Manager of Planning, Development and Building Services. And we are so thrilled to have Marcia join the City of Ottawa and lead the team as they continue to advance many transformational projects, initiatives, and services that move our city forward. Nous sommes ravis d'avoir Marcia à la Ville d'Ottawa pour diriger l'équipe. And Marcia brings an immense wealth of experience to the role. Marcia mettra à profit sa vaste expérience dans sa nouvelle rôle. Most recently, Marcia served as the Chief Administrative Officer of the Corporation of the City or of the County of Prince Edward, where she managed a very diverse portfolio of 10 departments, delivering a broad range of municipal services to a community that was experiencing considerable growth and change. In addition, Marcia's extensive experience in various leadership roles at the Ontario provincial government. She worked on high-profile files related to the environment, economy, housing, infrastructure, municipal governance that has really positioned her well to lead the PDBS team here at the city. And I have to say, one of the things that really impressed me during the executive recruitment process was Marcia's creativity, as well as her passion for bringing new ideas to the table, challenging the status quo, and supporting innovation. Marcia is also a dedicated leader who encourages open communication with her team and encourages them to think creatively, achieve goals, and further our collective success. And we are very fortunate that she is now part of Team Ottawa. And since stepping into the role on June 16th, Marcia has hit the ground running, meeting with elected officials, staff, and partners, and getting up to speed on key files and priorities. And I know she's going to keep that momentum going within the department as we move forward together. And today, I wanted to take the opportunity to recognize Vivi Chi for stepping in and serving as interim GM and providing that stability and leadership to the department while the executive recruitment process was underway. And as you know, Vivi has moved into her new role as Special Advisor of Planning. Merci, Vivi, pour le travail exceptionnel.
Thank you so much for your exceptional work at the leadership of the STM team.
Please join me in welcoming Marcia to our organization. Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you, Wendy. Vivi, thank you. And Marcia, welcome once again. Can we please do the roll call now?
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
G'day.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Bonjour.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skolsky.
Here.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci.
We have
That's not going to
quorum.
happen every time, by the way, just so you know. All right, confirmation of minutes from the City Council meeting of June 11th, including the confidential minutes from that meeting. Are those carried? Declarations of interest. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mayor. I, Councillor Steve Desroches, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on matters related to item 12, Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc., 12.1 Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. 2024 annual report on the agenda for the meeting of number 61 of the Ottawa City Council meeting, Wednesday, June 25, 2025, as my spouse is an employee with Hydro Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Are there any other declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Carr.
that the report from Ottawa Board of Health entitled Ottawa Public Health 2024 Annual Report, the report from Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. entitled Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. 2024 Annual Report, Audit Committee Report 12A, Built Heritage Committee Report 23, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 18, Joint Planning and Housing Committee and the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 6, Planning and Housing Committee Report 49, Transit Committee Report 20, and the reports from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of June 11th, 2025 be received and considered. Shouldn't it be?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Is that carried? All right, so we will hold the annual reports of the Ottawa Board of Health, Hydro Ottawa, the annual meeting of the Byward Market District Authority. So moving to item 14.1 from Audit Committee, the City of Ottawa Consolidated Financial Statements.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just quickly, can we just have a comment from our CFO about the discussion we had about KPMG's finalizing? Please,
Sure.
and then we can vote on it.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so if you recall at committee, there was one little piece of the pie that was left outstanding. That was KPMG had to finalize their actuary evaluation of our actuary evaluation, if you will, which is that wasn't concerning at the time, nor was it concerning now. It has been finalized, so that's the final piece of the pie. It's now fully done, and the next step is approval. Then we sign, and then we move on to the next year.
Wonderful. Thank you for that closure.
Thank you. Is that carried? From Built Heritage Committee, item 15.1 is the Centertown Heritage Facade Improvement Pilot Program. Is that carried? 15.2, application for alterations to 254 Argyle Avenue. Is that carried? 15.3, designation of 119 Osgood Street. Is that carried? 15.4, designation of the Wesley Building. Is that carried? From Environment and Climate Change, 16.1, Drinking Water Quality Management System 2024 Management Review Report. Is that received? 16.2 is the Household Hazardous Waste Strategy. Is that carried? We will hold 16.3. Item 17.1 from Planning and Housing Committee and ARAC, Provincial Planning Statement. I assume we want to hold that. Oh, I skipped 16.4. Okay, 16.4 is the fossil fuel advertisement review. Is that carried? 17.2, official plan update growth projections. Is that carried?
Mr. Mayor, did you do 17.1?
Pardon? 17.1 I held. Yeah, we're holding that. 18.1, there's a technical amendment for this, but we can deal with it quickly if everybody's okay with that. Councillor Gower?
Thanks, Mayor. Whereas Planning and Housing Committee recommended approval of a zoning bylaw amendment for 5618 Hazeldean Road and 5101 Abbott Street East on June 18th, 2025. And whereas the report inadvertently omitted requirements for visitor parking for back-to-back townhouses, therefore be it resolved that document 2, details of recommended zoning to the report be amended as follows. In section 3D, replace the last bullet with the following. Minimum visitor parking space rate for a back-to-back townhouse dwelling, 0.1 per dwelling unit. And in section 4E, replace the second to last bullet point with the following. Minimum visitor parking space rate for a back-to-back townhouse dwelling, 0.1 per dwelling unit. Be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is that carried? And the item as amended, is that carried? 18.2 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 73, 79, and 83 St. Cecile Street. Is that carried? 18.3 is the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 930, 1010, and 1030 Somerset Street. I know there's a motion related to that, but we can deal with that quickly if everybody's okay with that. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Whereas in 2021, 4 community groups, Dalhousie Community Association, Hindenburg Community Association, Plant Pool Recreation Association, and the Recreation Association of Hindenburg formed a coalition called P4X. And whereas P4X was created to contribute local residents' perspectives to the planning process. And whereas P4X identified that the most critical need for local community in the 1010 Somerset Street redevelopment is to protect as much outdoor green space and recreation space as possible. And whereas limiting additional surface parking will ensure that valuable land can be retained or repurposed for green space. And whereas the majority of new parking will be built in underground parking garages, but some short-term parking is necessary for the operations of the existing plant bath, the proposed school, the recreation center, and new housing units. Therefore, be it resolved that Housing Solutions and investment staff be directed to limit where possible the addition of new permanent surface parking spaces at 930, 1010, and 1030 Somerset, and seek to prioritize green space over parking. Where parking is required, parking spaces should be for short-term use for such needs as but not limited to accessible loading and parking, paratransport pickup and drop-off, city operations and drop-off associated with the recreation, culture and facilities, services facility, school or mixed-use buildings. Temporary parking areas during construction or phasing would not be restricted. And this is just to say we were initially looking to bring this to planning and housing, but we needed to work with staff and bring it here today. As you all know, this project is incredibly exciting for the community in Little Italy and Chinatown, but it's a very precious piece of land, and there's a lot that's going in there, including a new French elementary school, an expansion of rec space, affordable housing, market housing, and this is the neighborhood with the lowest proportion of green space in the entire National Capital Region. So it was just really important, even though this is something staff was doing anyway, it was really important to have this articulated. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Is that carried? And the item is amended. Is that carried? Item 18.4, the zoning bylaw amendment for 3930 Riverside Drive. I think we're going to hold that. Item 19.1 from Transit Committee is the response to the Westboro Collision Coroner's Inquest. Is that carried? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay, so let's go back to item 11.1, which is the Ottawa Public Health 2024 annual report. Our interim, there's no presentation, by the way, but our interim medical officer of health, Dr. Trevor Arneson, is here to answer questions, if anyone has any. If not, is that carried? Thank you. And we'll move now to the Hydro Ottawa annual report and welcome the team from Hydro Ottawa to deliver a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and members of City Council. Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire Sutcliffe et Mesdames et Messieurs les conseillers municipaux. My name is Bernie Ash, and I have the privilege of serving as chair of the board of directors for Hydro Ottawa. It's a pleasure to be here today. Joining me is our president and CEO, Bryce Conrad. Also in attendance are Jeff Simpson, our chief financial officer, Julie Lupinacci, our chief customer officer, Guillaume Paradis, our chief operating officer for our electricity distribution and generation businesses, as well as senior management and members from our distribution, communications, and corporate reporting teams. Voila, over here. I'd also like to acknowledge the two individuals who represent you as the shareholder on our board, Councillors Laura Dudas and Alan Hubly. We extend our thanks as well to Councillor Curry, who served on our board. Thank you, Councillor. In addition, we'd like to add our congratulations to Councillor Skulski. We look forward to working with you in your new role. Welcome. Bryce and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. Our remarks will be divided into two main segments. First and foremost, in keeping with the requirements of an annual general meeting, we will highlight Hydro Ottawa's performance and results for 2024. Secondly, we'd like to revisit some of the topics and themes that we explored at last year's AGM, where we spent a lot of time looking at the incredible transformation taking place in our sector and how we're preparing for the massive scope of the challenges and opportunities ahead. Since last year's gathering, there have been some important developments in our external environment as well as with Hydro Ottawa's own business activity. Together, they make today's conversation timely, and they underscore the critical importance of an ongoing partnership between the city and Hydro Ottawa as we seek to enable growth in your official plan, support economic development, protect our quality of life, and build a more prosperous and sustainable future. Following our prepared remarks, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. There are 4 primary lines of business at Hydro Ottawa. We operate one of the safest and most reliable electricity distribution systems in Ontario. Portage Power is the largest Ontario-based municipally owned producer of green power. Its portfolio consists of 18 hydroelectric generation plants located in Ottawa and across Eastern Ontario, Quebec, and New York State. 2 landfill gas-to-energy plants in Eastern Ontario, including one located at the city's Trail Road Municipal Waste Facility, and 16 solar installations at City of Ottawa facilities. Envari provides energy solutions to municipalities, industrial and commercial clients, and other local distribution utilities. We chat more in a few minutes about Envari's various partnerships with the city and other key stakeholders. Hibu Networks is our telecommunications subsidiary and offers fiber optic network solutions to businesses and institutions in the National Capital Region. Hibu is the newest member of our corporate family. Hydro Ottawa prides itself on being a community company with a legacy of more than 100 years providing an essential service to our nation's capital. This AGM marks the launch of a new brand identity for our enterprise, Hydro Ottawa Group. This branding reflects our focus on empowering customers through sustainable energy solutions across all of our diverse business lines. Background materials for the meeting were provided to council members in advance. These included our 2024 annual report to the shareholder and a formal report to council recommending the customary suite of actions for council to take at this AGM. A few highlights to note. 2024 marked the 4th year within our 2021 to 2025 strategic direction term. Overall, we had a very strong year across all of our lines of business. Our consolidated net income totaled $42.1 million. Based on this result, and in accordance with the dividend policy approved by council, we will be paying a $22.3 million dividend to the city. Council's policy for Hydro Ottawa's annual dividend stipulates the amount must be 60% of the net income from our regulated electricity distribution business or $20 million, whichever is higher. We're pleased to be delivering a dividend for 2024, which provides a surplus over the $20 million minimum. Since the amalgamation of both the city's predecessor municipalities and Hydro Ottawa's predecessor utilities, we're on track to deliver nearly $400 million in cumulative dividend payments to the city. This includes the $22.3 million based on the 2024 results. Moreover, the financial value of the company has grown over that time. The $2.8 billion asset figure for 2024 represents a growth factor of 4.4 or 440% over the $635 million asset base which we had back in 2005, which was the first year which we paid a dividend to the city. We take great pride in being a municipal and community asset that has yielded and will continue to yield tangible value to our shareholder. In 2024, we achieved several milestones and new records, of which we're particularly proud. We invested the single largest amount in our distribution grid in our history, with nearly $160 million directed towards boosting reliability and resilience, increasing capacity, and connecting new customers. The amount of clean energy produced by Portage Power across its 36 generating stations was likewise the highest in history. In addition, Envari achieved a new record in terms of annual revenue in its energy solutions business, with revenue growing about 95% over the previous year. And on top of all this, we put in place a new organization structure for the company. In February 2024, Hydro Ottawa appeared before you to request approval of a reorganization of our corporate structure. The stated purpose was to strengthen our financial capacity, reduce our borrowing costs, and position us more effectively to deliver on the historic infrastructure investment demands looming on the horizon. We're pleased to report that in addition to your support, the restructuring was approved by our bondholders and by our regulator, the Ontario Energy Board. Importantly, the action had the immediate effect of strengthening our credit rating. The key takeaway is that we are now better equipped to plan and pursue the next phase of growth for our diverse lines of business in the midst of an increasingly complex and changing environment. Finally, I want to emphasize that we're making good progress in our commitment to achieving net zero operations. In 2024, we added new electric vehicles to our fleet, expanded our network of EV chargers at our work centers, and broke ground on our first low-carbon substation, which is being designed and constructed using low-carbon techniques. We achieved a 24% reduction in Scope 1 emissions, which are the emissions from our vehicle fleet and facilities within our control. These results are a testament to the hard work and dedication of our employees. Bryce and his team have built a workforce that is second to none in terms of their commitment to customer service and operational excellence. Our operating environment was much more forgiving in 2024 than it was in previous years. Economic pressures eased considerably. Inflation and interest rates both reducing and not damaging our bottom line as they did in 2022 and 2023. Similarly, Mother Nature was merciful last year, with no major severe weather events resulting in financial losses or setting us back on other projects and priorities. That said, we know extreme weather is a challenge and it's here to stay. We're continuously improving how we prepare and respond to emergencies and the effects of climate change. As a community asset, Hydro Ottawa's commitment to the well-being of our fellow residents and neighbors is long-standing. We take seriously our responsibility to build goodwill and trust with everyone who lives, works, and plays in the communities in which we operate. Making good on this promise took many forms. Lending a helping hand to neighbors in need by contributing nearly $370,000 through employee giving and corporate donations. These funds were directed to local partners like the Royal Ottawa, United Way East Ontario, and dozens of other groups helping to build stronger communities and support vulnerable groups. We also administered more than $270,000 in provincial funds to low-income customers struggling with their bills. We've recently worked with the program partners to expand access to this relief funding to ensure eligible customers are receiving this help. We're pleased to spend $87.5 million in purchasing goods and service from locally based suppliers. And we're also delighted to continue our tradition of volunteerism and presence in the community, whether through helping families make cherished memories at the Special Needs Day at the Capitol Fair or preparing school supplies for students living in community housing. We're a community company at heart, and we're committed to living out our promise to be a company that gives where it lives. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Bryce so that he can speak in further detail to the signature sustainability projects that we're involved in, as well as to the broader landscape and opportunities facing the company.
Thanks, Bernie. As part of the overview of 2024, we'd like to draw attention to the expanding mix of clean energy partnerships with which we're involved. Through these partnerships, we're providing the expertise and muscle to help customers lower their carbon footprints, reduce energy consumption, and use more locally sourced renewable energy. First, the city. As you know, we're playing an essential role in supporting the electrification and decarbonization of public transit in Ottawa. In 2024, we completed the first tranche of charging infrastructure for the city's zero-emission buses. This will enable charging for upwards of 30 buses. We've also initiated the development of a new electrical substation to provide dedicated capacity for charging. I want to stress to all involved that we are committed to the success of this flagship project. We're already well underway with planning and implementation for what we hope to be the next phases of this activity. Similarly, we remain active in advancing the next phase of LRT construction by expanding our grid, relocating our infrastructure, and energizing new LRT stations. Our collaboration with the city remains strong when it comes to energy retrofits and automation for municipal facilities, whether it's at community housing, arenas, police headquarters, We're helping save energy, lower emissions, and extend asset life through actions like the installation of heat pumps or upgrades of ventilation systems. Since the beginning of this term of council, we've completed more than 800 projects with the City of Ottawa, all in the name of greening, improving, or rehabilitating your capital stock. Speaking of proud partnerships, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight Stéphane Giguère and his team at Ottawa Community Housing. They've been incredible partners over the years, and we're especially proud to be assisting them through our Ottawa Retrofit Accelerator Program, a $10 million program using federal funding to support building owners with energy retrofits. We're currently studying energy efficiency and emission reduction opportunities at nearly 40 buildings within OCH's portfolio with support from that program. Furthermore, EBU Networks was a founding partner in a pilot project offering free Wi-Fi for Ottawa community housing tenants. This project is currently underway at 2 OCH properties, with opportunities that are being pursued to expand further. 2024 likewise reinforced Hydro Ottawa's status as the leading enabler of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the Ottawa area. Last year alone, we helped bring online over 440 EV charging stations across the region. This brings the total number of EV charging stations that we've enabled over the past 3 years to a little over 1,200. The EV infrastructure that we've helped bring online will provide critical charging support and access in our community. We thought it would bring value to today's discussion to speak briefly to where we're at from a city perspective in terms of the total number of EVs on the road. And draw your attention to the slide above. According to the latest available info from MTO, there are over 17,500 electric vehicles in Ottawa. Up on the screen, you'll see a map that we've created. It takes the MTO data by EV registrations and overlays it with the ward boundaries. Councillor Devine, I believe you're the winner. The areas of the city with the largest number of EVs are Stittsville, Nepean, and Orleans, but this is a growing number, and we'll do more to facilitate the adoption of EVs going forward. Next up are the projects that we're pursuing with a variety of different partners from the local community. While I'm proud of all the projects that I've touched on so far, there's a unique excitement with the ones listed here. They're all examples of innovative district energy projects that we're helping to move forward. In a nutshell, district energy systems are anchored around a central plant which provides heating and cooling to multiple buildings through an integrated piping network, offering numerous benefits from cost savings to high efficiency to reduced environmental impacts. Our first foray into district energy was the Zibi community, which is located between Ottawa and Quebec, obviously. As we move forward, the Ottawa Hospital's new civic campus, we're getting ready to build and operate a low-carbon central utility plant to meet all the energy needs for that state-of-the-art facility. At Le Breton Flats, with your permission, approval, we're planning to extract thermal energy from the local sewer system to provide sustainable heating and cooling for new high-rise housing and retail space. And something you may have read about in the Ottawa Board of Trade's recent edition of Capital Magazine is the proposed Green Energy Resilience District in Canada North. Along with local business associations and the Ottawa Climate Action Fund, we're now studying the future energy needs of the Canada Tech Park and how they can be met through a combination of integrated energy technologies and systems, including district energy. In short, district energy is a newer area of business activity for us. We know there's a real hunger out there for this type of solution, and we're excited to continue pursuing these and other opportunities. Consistent with our corporate strategy, we are becoming the partner of first choice for signature green energy projects in the community. In addition, all of these projects demonstrate that we're committed to helping the city achieve the goals and big moves that are included in your climate change master plan and official plan. The remainder of the remarks are going to focus on the transition and transformation that is underway when it comes to energy and what challenges and opportunities we see as present for Ottawa Hydro and our community. At last year's AGM, I spent a good chunk of time talking about the energy transition, what it means and what it will mean for Hydro Ottawa. What's meant by energy transition? It's the term commonly used to describe the structural shift that's underway across the globe, with fossil fuel-based energy systems being replaced by renewable energy-based systems. Make no mistake, this shift is seismic. It's so seismic that in a report issued last fall, the International Energy Agency, or the IEA, dubbed our current historical moment as the dawn of the age of electricity. In the same way that wood, coal, and oil triggered shifts across the centuries in the global energy production and consumption paradigms, electricity is on the cusp of something similar, and quite possibly at an unprecedented scale. In its latest outlooks, the IEA found that global investment in clean energy was double the combined investment in oil, gas, and coal in 2024. that over the next 3 years, global electricity demand will increase by the equivalent of adding one Japan to the total consumption on an annual basis. The movement towards electrified public transit is a prime example of the age of electricity in action. The Chinese metropolis of Shenzhen, which has 16 million people, converted its entire fleet of 16,000 buses to electric power in 3 years. In China today, they build and deliver over 9,500 electric buses per month. For me, one of the developments since last year's AGM that best captures the scale and pace of what we're dealing with involves the technology giant Microsoft. Last year, the company announced a 20-year contract to purchase electricity from the mothballed nuclear plant in Pennsylvania. That plant will be restarted and provide dedicated supply for Microsoft's energy-hungry data centers. Incidentally, that same nuclear plant, 3 Mile Island, was the one that experienced a meltdown at one of its reactors in the 1970s, and now has a new lease on life, courtesy of the extraordinary forces at play across the energy sector. Another example of this phenomena is the growing power demand associated with these data centers. In Ireland, for instance, data centers consume 20% of the metered electricity supply. There are 6 states in the United States where data centers already consume over 10% of the electricity supply, with Virginia leading at 25%. So what does this energy transition mean for Canada? In short, higher demand requires more capacity. It means more infrastructure, lots of it. It means that the existing electrical grid will need to double, if not triple, over the next 25 years. Last year, I shared some examples to drive home the massive scale of what we're dealing with. Take every dam, every turbine, every nuclear plant, every solar panel in Canada, and then build another one next to it. Build 2 more Niagara Falls in Ontario. Build 2 more James Bay projects in Quebec, and build 2 more Site C dams in British Columbia. Think about it this way. The electric grid that you enjoy today took over a century to build. We've got to do in the next 20 years what it's taken us 100 years to do. It's an undertaking that is way more ambitious than any other nation-building project in Canada's history, including the CP Railway, the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the Trans-Canada Highway. Let's step it down one level further and talk about the energy transition in the provincial context. Ontario's Independent Electricity System Operator, the IESO, is projecting the province's electricity demand will increase by 75% by 2050. What's driving that demand? As I just mentioned, there's a lot of attention around data centers and their immense appetite for power. They're certainly a huge factor. At an energy symposium hosted by Hydro Ottawa and the Ottawa Board of Trade 2 weeks ago, a senior executive from the ISO said the grid operator has been approached by 24 data center proponents seeking connection to the provincial grid. Together, the demand profile of these new projects represents 1/3 of Ontario's existing demand. Today, Canadian regulators are currently reviewing data center applications that amount to a load that is sufficient to power 7 out of 10 homes nationally. As a brief aside, these data centers themselves aren't necessarily the main culprits of massive power consumption. A lot of it has to do with the proliferating use of artificial intelligence and the activity used associated with generative AI. For those of you with children who spend inordinate amounts of time on TikTok, a 5-second video created using generative AI consumes the exact same power load as running your microwave for an hour. Imagine how many hours and hours they spend on TikTok. Another key driver behind increased demand is the adoption of electrified technologies like heat pumps and electric boilers for homes and businesses. In response, the ISO is preparing to hold multiple rounds of competitive procurements for new energy supply resources over the coming years. Collectively, this will represent the largest procurement of energy in the history of the province. I know that Council has already been requested to consider a handful of local projects that are being considered under the first round of activity. And unfortunately, for those of you who sat through the most recent 10-hour-long Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee meeting, I can guarantee you that there will be many more requests over the coming years, including potentially from Hydro Ottawa, as we're assessing opportunities related to the procurements. And if you think battery technology was tough to locate in a community, wait until someone comes to you and asks about locating a small modular nuclear reactor in the Glebe or Westboro or anywhere else. In the spirit of trying to make these things as relevant and real as possible, I'd like to highlight some specific examples of what I've just been discussing playing out in our own backyard. You may be familiar with Renew Canada. It's a leading industry magazine focused on news and analysis on public sector infrastructure in the country. At the beginning of the year, they publish the 100 biggest infrastructure projects in Canada. In 2025, 3 of the top 4 projects in Canada were power plants. Number 1 was Site C in British Columbia. Number 3 and 4 were the refurbishments of the Bruce and Darlington nuclear reactors in Ontario. With respect to locally based projects, 6 made the list. Of those, 5 of them involve a major increase in electrical demand and or the electrification of industrial and or mechanical processes, such as heating and cooling. I won't belabor them all, except to say the Dwyer Hill Training Center for the Department of National Defense includes the construction of new facilities, including 100% electric mechanical systems to reduce emissions. To support this new project, we'll need to substantially upgrade one of our existing substations and build an overhead line with over 150 poles to support it. These 5 infrastructure projects are what we call large loads. Their demand for electricity as well as their unique electrical service needs are in the highest category possible among all of our different type of customers. But those 5 projects are part of a large story and trend, which this slide helps out. In recent years, with the seeds of the energy transition beginning to blossom, Hydro Ottawa has witnessed an extraordinary surge in requests from potential large load customers to be hooked up to our system. In electrical terms, during the 13-year period from 2010 to 2023, the amount of large load that we connected to our system was roughly the equivalent of 2 new substations. Looking forward, as this slide will dictate, over the next 6 years, less than half of the previous time frame, if every single large load inquiry and request that we've received actually materializes, we'll be looking at almost 3 times the amount of demand coming into our system. To be blunt, we've never seen anything like this before, and this pace of activity is only accelerating. As the months go by, we receive more and more complicated questions and requests from developers, businesses, building owners, and institutions about how they can upgrade their service, lock down available capacity, or receive some form of customized support. The graph we just put up on the screen is one of many data points that we included in our most recent 5-year distribution rate filing, which we submitted to the Ontario Energy Board in April. I'll now turn my attention to the rate application as it's a natural culminating point for discussion on the energy transition and the local implications. From a certain perspective, you can think of the 2026 to 2030 rate application as our plan of action for responding to and getting out in front of the evolving forces in our business environment. Looking ahead to the next 5-year rate period, we're staring down the barrel of a historic cycle of investment in the critical electrical infrastructure that powers our way of life. To be sure, the energy transition is a major driver of the need for new investment. It's worth emphasizing that this push towards electrification is not a top-down master plan concocted around Hydro Ottawa's boardroom table. It's being driven by customers, many of whom are interested in achieving sustainability goals. Other customers are interested in savings and efficiency. Whatever their motivation, let's be very clear, they're in the driver's seat. But the energy transition isn't the only reason we're preparing to embark on the largest 5-year distribution investment program in our history. As you're all aware, our city is growing at a steady rate. Over the last few years, Hydro Ottawa has connected over 6,000 homes and businesses to our grid. We're expecting a similar, if not growing, pattern over the next 5. A key enabler of that growth is contemplated in the Ottawa's official plan is a reliable grid with enough capacity to meet the needs of existing and new customers. This is your plan, and we are putting in place the structures and the investments to support it. Likewise, we have a lot of infrastructure, poles, wires, transformers, and meters, which were built many decades ago and have either reached or exceeded their service life. Keeping the lights on and keeping the public safe means getting ahead of this equipment failing. So we'll continue investing in the resilience of our grid, ensuring that it can adapt to the effects of climate change. As Bernie noted, 2024 was a quiet year on the extreme weather front. But past experience and prudent risk management leaves us no other alternative than to plan for and prepare for the worst that Mother Nature can throw at us. Finally, in order to keep pace with customer preferences and maintain the reliable service which customers expect, we need to continue modernizing our grid in the way in which we operate. It means taking advantage of new technologies, whether it's next generation smart meters, sophisticated sensors, anything to reduce outage times. It also involves distributed energy resources like battery storage, demand response, and solar generation. As I mentioned last year, making these necessary investments will not be cheap. There's a price tag associated with going from building one substation every 5 years to building a new one every year. Subject to the Ontario Energy Board's approval of the rate application, the Hydro Ottawa residential customer could see an increase of $6.08 per month starting in 26, with smaller increases annually thereafter. As proposed, this would result in a total cumulative increase of approximately $18.64 in the distribution portion of a residential customer's monthly bill by 2030. Important to remember that Hydro Ottawa's distribution rate accounts for only 26% of the total electricity bill. The remaining 74% covers generation costs, transmission costs, regulatory charges, and taxes and are passed through. It's also worth noting that as part of our public consultation in advance of our application and in support of our investment plans, we were upfront with customers about the potential cost impacts. Notwithstanding these impacts, 87% of the customers signaled support for the proposed investments that we are contemplating making. The key message that I delivered last year, and which I'll repeat here again, is that the scale and scope of the electricity infrastructure investment is simply too large to be borne exclusively by local ratepayers. Additional support from other levels of government is required to ensure that this last mile of distribution is readily available to support the transformation that's underway. Once again, I'd emphasize the costs and pressures that we're talking about here in the Hydro Ottawa context are common across the sector. For what it's worth, Toronto Hydro recently received approval for a 5-year rate plan, which contemplates a 45% increase in distribution rates over that period. Alexicon, another utility in the GTA, has recently applied for an increase of 51%, or a cumulative increase of $21.90 over the next 5-year period. Even with the approval Toronto Hydro received from the OEB, their infrastructure pressures are so massive in their shareholder, the City of Toronto, agreed to inject $300 million of new equity into the utility over the next 10 years. Combined with dividend holidays and other financial measures, this represents a $1.3 billion cash injection from the shareholder. I'd make a joke about lifeguards, but I'll pass. To be clear, Hydro Ottawa is not here asking for something similar, but we do ask that you be mindful of these larger trends and pressures in our environment. With regards to the open transparent that's underway at the Ontario Energy Board for the adjudication of our rate application, Hydro Ottawa will keep you informed, as we have, as the hearing progresses. It is an uncertain but exciting time for our business, and we've been on an incredible path of growth and diversification for more than 10 years. We've oriented our businesses, both our regulated and competitive subsidiaries, around the opportunities associated with sustainability. We're bringing in new partners to help move the ball forward on transformative projects. And we're committed to being a constructive member and leader within Team Ottawa. With that, I'll turn things back over to Bernie for a quick rundown of the customary actions which we request from Council as part of our annual AGM.
Thank you, Bryce. On the screen, you'll see the usual set of recommendations which Hydro Ottawa presents to City Council as part of our annual general meeting. These recommendations are likewise outlined in our written report to Council with context and rationale. The recommendations this morning are to receive our audited consolidated financial statements for 2024, to appoint KPMG as our external auditor for 2025, to approve the recommended reappointment of appointments of directors to our board, and to authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign a resolution on behalf of the shareholder, setting out the resolutions approved by Council. On behalf of the board and management of Hydro Ottawa, thank you again for the opportunity to appear here today. We're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I can say anecdotally that the last year we've seen more brownout, power outage disruptions in the Barrhaven area at least. I think that trend is probably consistent. My question for you is this just more acts of nature, raccoons biting cords type stuff, or is this actually a grid fragility issue or a long-term investment requirement issue, or are my statistics skewed? Are we not actually seeing more brownouts and power outage issues?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. To be clear, any outage is one too many, but I would suggest that your statistics may be a bit skewed. If anything, our reliability last year was higher than normal. It was record setting in the province amongst our peers. That said, if I'm being very honest with you, we've had a number of tree contacts and things of that nature, which again cause periodic momentary outages. We also tend to have more than our fair share of very bad drivers in this town who like to hit poles, and construction crews with excavators that like to hit overhead wires. So I can get into the details as to how and why and where these outages are occurring. I'm happy to do it on a ward by ward basis, but statistically, we were better last year than we were the year before, and we were better the year before than we were the year before that. So it's not a grid fragility thing, but that's not to say that there's not plenty of room for improvement and obviously investment.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. To confirm, with regard to the annual dividend, you referred to either $20 million or 60% of the annual revenue. And what you've determined this year is that as a result of the overall profitability of the corporation, the 60% would represent $22.3 million. Is that correct?
That is correct. Let's say 22.3 is from the 60% of the net income of our regulated company, Hydro Ottawa Limited.
Okay. I guess, would additional capital investment in Hydro Ottawa, would that yield a positive return on investment for the City of Ottawa as your shareholder?
If you're asking the question, if you deferred or took a dividend holiday, would Hydro Ottawa be able to use that money in a beneficial way? The answer is unequivocally yes.
So I guess my question for staff then would be, have we considered modernizing our shareholder agreement to reduce the dividend in order to support the necessary capital investments in grid building, grid resilience for Hydro Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, as Bryce said, at this point, Hydro is not coming forward looking for any change in the structure or cash injection. They're kind of monitoring that through themselves. If it was the case, that would be something we would have to review, because of course that would cause a pressure on our side. As you know, today we do have the expectation of the 20 million, and this year we're happy to see the additional surplus of 2.3. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. I suppose if we know that capital investment is going to be necessary for Hydro Ottawa, and if we know that those investments would be functional and well received and well invested, then I guess what would be the process? I mean, does staff just look at this regularly anyways, or would you require some kind of a formal ask from Hydro Ottawa to look at this, or what would that process look like if we wanted to actually have that conversation?
Mr. Mayor, I would see that conversation through Bryce, through myself in terms of, and Jeff, the CFO, in terms of exploring that. If that's something that would have to flow through to be more concrete in a formal business case, it would flow through their board and then come back to council and we report through that way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the report. I just wanted to give a special thank you on the work with Ottawa Community Housing, and appreciate it very much on the two levels with the lower cost and bringing the energy costs down for our buildings, helping us retrofit, and as well with the Wi-Fi service. And I just wanted to ask about the possible growth of that, because it is very valuable. It's a major form of connection for those who would otherwise not be able to afford it. And obviously it's a new venture for Hydro Ottawa. So I just want to hear a bit more about the potential.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So it's a partnership with National Capital Freenet, ourselves, a few other players, and obviously OCH. I think, if nothing, it's called the plague, but COVID taught us that there is a digital divide in our community, those who have and those who have not. So this is our attempt to help solve part of that digital divide. It is a scalable platform. We will continue to work with OCH to see if there are other properties that can be brought on that make sense. But as I said, the highlight for me is having somebody like Stéphane Giguère on the other side that we can partner with, who's just an amazing operator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I'm very much supportive of any growth that you find, because I've seen the results and it really does make a difference, and appreciate it very much. In terms of my community, and there was a couple power outages on the weekend, I know, and I think they were accident related or tree related, but it seemed like there was a backlog for a while there with derecho and related work that needs to be done on trees. Is that sort of caught up now? Because it still seems like that's still an issue.
It's still, yeah, again, it's a great question, Councillor. Look, tree contacts are probably the #1 reason for an outage. So following the derecho, where we lost a lot of the urban canopy, most of them ended up on in our lines. You know, we did an enormous amount of work to clean them up. We've taken a fundamentally different approach to vegetation management. We're now relying on satellite technology. We have a satellite partner that allows us to sort of focus in on every part of the city and tell us what trees are growing where and how close they are to the line. So we're much more strategic and effective in picking the places to be, as opposed to just, I'm going to go hit Lincoln Park and, you know, cut all the trees. So we're seeing the benefits of that. That said, Councillor, you know, if there's a lightning storm, the likes we saw on Saturday night, it's just lightning bolts hitting trees coming down on lines. We do our very, very best to respond as quickly as we can, but that's just the challenges that we live with.
I know some communities always feel like they're picked on, but I think it's because of their trees. But anyway, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks very much for the update. I think you painted a really clear story about how, if we're going to remain competitive as a city for company headquarters, for jobs, that we need to have a solid and a innovative approach to how we invest in our hydro grid. So thank you. I wanted to build on something both of my colleagues have raised, which is the reliability. I do get a lot of emails as well from residents when there's power outages. Usually they're very short, they're resolved quickly. But I think a suggestion, when we have the update next year, you mentioned that you do have metrics that you track and benchmark against other cities for reliability. I think that'd be something that'd be helpful to have in the presentation to council, so that we can highlight that for residents. I also wanted we had a power outage on Father's Day in the morning, and several of the emails that I received from residents said, clearly this means we're building too many homes and the infrastructure isn't there to handle new housing growth. I want to put that to you directly. Should we be slowing down or stopping housing because the grid's not ready for it, or is that a factor?
It's not a factor at all, Councillor. The growth is not the problem. Squirrels are the problem. Bad drivers are the problem. The specific instance that you referred to on the morning of Father's Day was an excavator that took out a pole. Yeah. So the short answer, no. It's not about do not slow down on your growth assumptions. Electricity is the gold, the new standard gold. It is economic development. It is what is good for our community. We will beat you. We will stay ahead of you in terms of what you need to build this community out. That is our promise. That is our commitment. Don't slow down.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, and I want to give a quick thanks, first of all, to your staff for helping me out with a road cut repair, first of all, and also a transformer box repair that actually improved the reliability in one of my older communities. On the more, I guess, corporate side, I think, anyway, I'm wondering if, are there plans or do you have any sort of, plans to maybe grow the unregulated side of the business, whether it's locally or elsewhere? Because I know you have properties outside of Ottawa, you have properties across Quebec and New York State, I think the list was, and there's I'm thinking of companies like Epcor, for example. Are there any opportunities to expand that way?
Yeah, thank you, councillors. It's a great question. And obviously happy to solve anybody's very local issues. If you have any, just please let me or get in touch with Julie if transformers and specific issues. With respect to the bigger question, with the regulated versus unregulated, if you were to go back to 2011 when I arrived at the company, our percentage of EBITDA from unregulated was about 5%. 5%. 95% was coming from the regulated company. Today, that's about 35% from the unregulated assets. Excuse me. Sorry. So our generating fleet, which you referenced in upstate New York and Eastern Ontario, and obviously behind Chaudière Falls, is a fantastic asset that we're extraordinarily proud of. And if given the opportunity to grow, we will absolutely grow. These generating assets we have one that dates back to 1867. So, I mean, if you take care of them, they run well, they generate. Envari is another example of an unregulated asset, which now just turned over $100 million in revenue. So it took us 5 years to get there, but it's $100 million in revenue. So yeah, our goal is to continue to grow the unregulated pursuant to the board's strategy and approval.
Okay, thanks for that. In terms of HEBU, with at least to my knowledge, with some of our telecoms scaling their installation back a bit due to funding, is that a gap that you see as a potential for HEBU to really insert itself, at least locally, or are there more external forces at play that might not necessarily be conducive to that?
Yeah, there's two ways to grow HEBU, Councillor. One is through partnerships, which is what we're currently doing. So we're actively reaching out, entering into partnerships with other providers and subsidiaries. Hydro One has a telecom company, for instance, so we're working with them to provide support and data in Ottawa. The other is to just continue to grow the number of businesses that are attached to it. What it is not it's a B2B. It's not a business to residents at all. We don't plan on getting into the residential game. But if we can secure institutions and businesses on that on the HEBU backbone, then by definition that's good for us. And again, with us, I said this last year. HEBU is it's a baby. It's a year old, and we're going to give it time to grow. Like I said, Envari took us 5 years to reach 6 years to get $100 million in revenue. We'll give you HEBU a similar amount of time to grow.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Bryce, for all the great work that you do. I feel we're talking a lot more as the further into my career here at council. So thanks for everything you're doing. Real quick, I think we've heard in the media that there is application to the Energy Board for increase on rates, but I think it's being misconstrued on what that is and what it amounts to basically, and I think all municipalities across Ontario are doing it, is ballpark $4 a month, somewhere in there that is going to help this grid problem that we have. Can you expand on that so I can share this with my constituents?
Yeah, I mean, we don't set rates ourselves. The rates are set and governed by the Ontario Energy Board. So it is a quasi-judicial process with plenty of opportunity for public consultation. There are interveners that operate on your behalf, on behalf of the schools, on behalf of different elements within society, who will hold us to account during the proceeding, question our numbers, validate our numbers. That is a process that we've embarked on. It's not a new process. We've done it this is my 4th rate application. It is, this is what we're talking about is a seismic shift in the amount of capital that we will be doing. It is 250% of what we have done in the previous plan to support the grid, to support the growth, to support everything I talked about earlier. The numbers that we have gone out with and that we've informed you of, and I referred to, those are our submissions. That's the going in position. There as through the process, it's a bit like making sausages and hot dogs. It's a process that you don't necessarily want to be part of, but it works its way through and for the better part, what I can guarantee you is the numbers that you've seen are not the numbers that will come out at the end of the day. But even if they were, it represents $2 or $3.72 over 5 years per month. So
Even
we believe
cheaper.
it's eminently
That's new.
reasonable. We pride ourselves on being efficient and custodians of public monies, and we do everything we can to be as productive as we can. So that's what it is. We welcome the opportunity for input. We welcome anybody to be participants in the Ontario Energy Board process. As I said, it is public.
Yeah, and again, highlighting, it's actually less than what I thought, which is good news. It strengthens our I think that's what we're trying to get to. I think the media sometimes, and we love them some days, they like to say huge percentage increase. Well, it's not just Ottawa, it's across the province, and it will strengthen our grid. So every time the power goes out and they need to report something, they'll have some power to do some reporting. So thank you very much, Bryce.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen, to you both for presenting today. It's appreciated. I have received now 10 of these annual reports, and I conclude that Hydro in Ottawa is well managed. You have diversified over the years. You're aware of the future demands of the grid, and you're also aware of the risks, which we've talked about here. So thank you for your work and the report today. I don't want to belabor the point that some of my colleagues have raised about neighborhoods within our wards where we may be seeing some sort of correlation or link with frequent outages. And I completely accept the fact that there are many factors out of the control of Hydro Ottawa that cause power outages. But I just want to know if, what type of analysis does Hydro Ottawa do with respect to power outages? And how do you mitigate potential future outages, or whether you do tree trimming or a whole bunch of stuff that you mitigate that? I do hear from two neighborhoods in particular where your own maps identify outages where they seem to be more frequent than other neighborhoods in my ward. Hunt Club neighborhood basically never has outages, but two others do. So I just want to know, what do you do as far as analyzing outages, and then how do you use that information to identify, is there an issue, and then how do we address that?
Thank you, Councillor. And I appreciate, again, as I said earlier, in response to the earlier question, one outage is too many. And I guarantee you, if I read around the council chambers, you would all feel that your ward has more outages than everybody else's ward. I get it. I understand it. What I would say is, statistically, that's not necessarily accurate. More fundamental question is, what do we do with outages? Obviously, we do have outages. I have some of the smartest people working for me, Councillor, and I know there's this new approach to analytics, but we've been doing analytics on this stuff for eons. So if there is an outage or a pattern of outages, we see it. That team will sort of coalesce and figure out what's going on, why those outages are occurring, and they'll put in place an action plan to address those outages. So we had, pick on Councillor Dudas, but in the Bilberry area, we had a series of outages that were happening almost on a, it felt like an hourly basis. And again, we took the team, a bunch of electrical engineers, planners, system operators, took them aside. They diagnosed what the issue was, and then they put in place an action plan. And within 6 weeks, that piece was essentially resolved. We do that on a near continuous basis. If we're finding out that the squirrels are particularly excitable in the spring, we put on animal guards to protect. If we find out that the trees are, the trees in a particular area are more likely to come down, and we're still dealing with damage from the derecho, right? The derecho damaged the urban tree canopy. So trees that were otherwise more solid are still coming down with light winds sort of thing. So we go in again and we hit that. I referred earlier to the use of satellite technology. And then we do inspections. All of our equipment is inspected on a regular basis using IR or infrared devices, We're looking for leaks. We're looking for anything. So the answer to your question is, councillors, we're doing everything we can to mitigate outages and manage them. And obviously our goal is to avoid an outage, but once we do have an outage, our goal is to restore as quickly as we possibly can. And we've done some work there to sort of, increase our on-call staff so that we're able to respond faster and more quickly to outages. But if there's specific areas in your ward that you feel are being harder hit than others, I'm happy to sort of sit down and do a deep dive with you and show you the diagnostics on that in that specific area. And that offer stands for everybody.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate learning more about how you analyze the data that you have and trying to determine what is truly a problem versus natural events that contribute to those outages. So thank you. Just for the city manager, if I can, the dividend that we're hearing that we're going to receive, 22.3 million. What was budgeted in this year's budget for the dividend?
Mr. Mayor, we have our annual base is 20 million.
Okay, so it's great to get more than expected. Where do the surplus of funds get directed to?
Mr. Mayor, so that's what we report back through our annual disposition report. So that would fall to the bottom line. If there's overall surplus, then we make that surplus net in contribution to our reserves.
Fair enough. But we receive that report when?
Mr. Mayor, the annual disposition comes forward in April. So what we'll do now is, as part of our Q2 forecast report that will come forward in September, we'll capture that surplus of 2.2 or 2.3, sorry, in our overall forecasted projections to the end of the year.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I really want to thank and congratulate Hydro Ottawa for the comprehensive report as well as the substantive results. They're much appreciated by this municipality. I also, just on a local level, also want to thank our public utility for addressing the digital divide. I'm seeing that specifically in my community with the investments and the partnerships with OCH and Hubu networks. So really appreciative of those initiatives that I think are very transformative to the lives of many of our tenants in Ottawa community housing. I know and I appreciate that Hydro Ottawa is preparing a refreshed business plan to address projected energy demand. I was just wondering if you can speak to the interim actions that have been undertaken to address more intelligent, automated, efficient grid operations, as well as new energy management tools for customers, especially in the wake of the 2022 storms.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Just kind of hoping to avoid getting into great gory details about how the grid is built and designed, but we're happy to do so. Look, the grid today, I tell my staff, we are no longer a utility company. We are a IT company with a utility backbone. We collect more data. Collectively, the utilities across this country collect more data on a daily basis than the banking industry. So it is a data-rich environment. We will simply generate. We have sensors on as many things as we possibly can. Our substations, for the most part, are as automated as they can be, subject to obviously cybersecurity issues and concerns. But the journey that we've been on for the past, I can speak from my time in here, the past 14 years has been one of a self-healing grid, where the grid goes out and it switches itself back. It manages that interruption, and you see that. A lot of tree contacts, you'll see the lights dim a bit and then pop back on. That's the grid self-healing. That's the grid making the right decision. As you approach and bring on more automation, more AI, you can foresee that becoming even better and a stronger response. So that's where our investments have been: sensors, automation, self-healing. But as you can also appreciate, that stuff's expensive, and we're going to be doing more and more of that going forward. So happy to walk through specifics, but generally speaking, the genesis of EBU was effectively us needing to build a dark fiber path around the city of Ottawa for us to connect all of our sensors to. And in so doing, we simply said, well, we need X amount of dark fiber, we can monetize the remainder. But the genesis of that investment was to provide a backhaul for the data that's coming out of our systems.
No, I appreciate that work. I do remember in the aftermath of the storms, working with Councillor Brockington and asking about grid modernization. And it's just great to know that that work in the interim is being undertaken, notwithstanding the fact that we're still looking at the potential of a large capital investment outlay. So I'm just really appreciative that that work is being undertaken to really bridge information technology with operational technology. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, to be clear, Councillor, though, if a 200-kilometer-an-hour windstorm hits us again, those sensors are going to end up somewhere in Montreal.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Plante.
Oui, je voulais juste finir par vous remercier
I just wanted to thank you because you've been helping for the Vanier 5 kilometers race for 3 years, and this year we had 75 runners, and thank you so much for your help. Since the beginning, you've been there for us, and we are very grateful. Thank you.
Merci, Councillor Plante. Just want to say thank you for everything you've done. We're very grateful, and I want to underscore just how fundamental your work is to the future of our city and to a couple of very important priorities for this term of council: economic development and economic growth, and also the environment and climate change. And our residents want to see economic growth. They want to see more jobs. That isn't possible without more energy, and you have been and continue to build more capacity under some very challenging circumstances. And the last time we met, I talked about how sometimes I think you make it look a little too easy. The speed at which you are now building capacity is perhaps not visible to the average resident. So thank you for that. We need to have a strong, reliable, sustainable energy supply in order to fuel the economic growth that we hope to achieve and will achieve over the coming years. The other thing I want to underline is just the great work that's being done in collaboration with others on greening our energy supply and on electrifying our transportation in the city, building more charging stations, the great collaboration that there's been with OC Transpo on not just phase 1 of light rail or the line 1 of light rail, the electric transit system that we have, but also the purchasing and the infrastructure associated with the zero emission buses. That's a great example of everybody working together to the benefit of the entire community, to the benefit of our economy, and to the benefit of the environment. So that and the projects that you're doing with the city on retrofitting facilities and greening our fleet, these are all very, very positive things for the environment and the economy. So thank you for everything you're doing. We're very grateful, and thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to move now to the, we need to carry the recommendations. Are those carried? Thank you. So the Byward Market District Authority, we are going to have the annual meeting of members, and I'm going to ask Councillor Carr to read a motion to recess to hold the annual meeting of the members of the Byward Market District Authority.
The council recess for the purposes of holding the annual meeting of members of the Byward Market District Authority, and that upon the conclusion of the annual meeting, the meeting of council resume.
Is that carried? Okay, we'll let the group from BMDA get set up. Bonjour Suzanne.
Bonjour Monsieur le maire, ça va bien?
Oui, ça va très bien. Bienvenue.
Good day, Suzanne. welcome.
I'm going to turn it over to you as the Vice Chair to lead us through the annual meeting.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so
Welcome
much.
to the annual meeting of the Byward Market District Authority. I am Suzanne Valiquet, Vice Chair of Byward Market District Authority. I would like to call the annual meeting to order and confirm that notice of this meeting having been properly delivered and a quorum of members being present. I declare this meeting to be properly constituted. I would like to move to appoint Mayor Sutcliffe as chair of this meeting. May I have a motion from the floor, please?
I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. May I have a seconder?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Yes, sorry. All members in favor? I declare the motion carried. Yes, okay, thank you.
Merci, Suzanne. We'll
Thank
first
you,
deal with some
Suzanne.
administrative matters.
Nous allons passer à des questions administratives d'abord. J'aimerais établir le nombre de directeurs à 11 pour renommer Suzanne Valiquet comme membre du conseil pour occuper ce poste jusqu'en 2028. Ensuite, nommer Sandy Smallwood Markoleski et Mama Duconté comme membre du conseil jusqu'à la fermeture de la réunion pour un mandat se terminant en 2028 et autoriser les directeurs à embaucher un comptable public qui sera choisi par les membres du conseil. La conseillère Carr propose la motion et c'est appuyé par le conseiller Brown. Adopté, avis favorable. Avis contraire. Donc, la motion est adoptée. Je vais maintenant demander à la vice-présidente Suzanne Valiquet de présenter le rapport annuel de la réunion. Merci.
Chers membres du Conseil d'Ottawa, conseiller Madame Plante et Monsieur Leeper, il me fait grand plaisir d'être parmi vous ce matin pour vous parler de...
I'm very pleased to be with you this morning to talk about the Byward Market District Authority. We can give you more details in a few minutes.
I'm very pleased to be with you this morning to highlight a few key points with respect to the last 12 months and what to expect in the next years to come. First, why is 2024 such an important year for the district? The BMDA, with its expanded mandate, has concluded its first full operational year. 2024 is important as it sets the benchmark to measure progress for 2025 and down the road. We've succeeded in returning to pre-pandemic visitor traffic as we reached a healthy 22 million people choosing the Byward Market as their place to be. We are charting our way in the right direction and will continue to do so by following our strategic priorities and thereby strengthening the case for continued investments. We have heard from businesses and residents alike that our district feels safer with our new neighborhood police officer presence. Yes, more people are reporting what they see to police, and that is a good thing. It shows we are engaged as we all care about what's happening in and around the area. We have gone from 60 dates of programming in 2023 to 191 in 2024. Well attended and promising for the future as new events, hopefully of national significance, will be added to the roster. The BMDA board is committed and focused on the city's renewal projects ahead. We are excited about the transformation these new initiatives will bring to the area for residents, businesses, and visitors alike, creating an even greater destination. As such, we are looking forward to learning more about the results from the Engage Ottawa, Byward Reimagined, Participons Ottawa, le marché by repensé, on the revitalization of La Rue William and Byward Market Square. Finally, there are a few people I would like to recognize. J'aimerais prendre quelques minutes pour remercier
A
mes
few minutes
collègues.
to recognize my colleagues. Ce sont les membres du conseil de l'autorité qui ont passé des heures de bénévolat à différents titres à s'occuper de leurs tâches avec amour, énergie et grand engagement pour diriger le district. Brian Chandler, qui est là depuis 7 ans, et qui continue. Deep Labelle, qui est l'ancien président de la ZAC, et pour un total de 6 ans, comme je l'ai dit, à ce titre. Rosemary Thompson a passé d'innombrables heures pendant son mandat comme présidente, mais a dû se retirer à cause d'autres engagements professionnels. Misha Kaplan est ici aujourd'hui avec nous, une présidente de la gouvernance incroyable qui a su nous diriger pendant une période très difficile. Et j'aimerais prendre un instant aussi pour féliciter Misha, qui vient d'être nommé le nouveau PDG de Rubicon Veterans Canada. Félicitations.
Grace Chin.
Grace
And of
Chin.
course, our new treasurer,
Eh bien,
Stephen Barry, who's here with us today as well, who fit right in when he first came last year. Nina Kressler, who you all know, along with Councillor Stéphanie Plante, who has been one of our greatest champions at this table, along with Monsieur le Maire Sutcliffe. Happy to note that I'd like to also wish a warm welcome to our new members who have offered to join us, that you've approved today, and play their part in the future of the BMDA. Some great new members, Sandy Smallwood, who's also here with us today, Mark Koluski and Mamadou Koti. A final thank you goes to our executive directors, Zach Daler and his staff, who every day put their best foot forward in dealing and doing the things that happen and have to run smoothly, at the BMDA, as well as Shayla Doherty and her team here at the city. Collectively, we also want to continue building relationships with our business community and valued partnerships with the city, Ottawa Tourism, the NCC, and the Ottawa Board of Trade. I will now turn it over to Zach to provide you with a more fulsome and detailed description of the last 12 months. Merci à tout le monde. Over to you, Zach.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Suzanne. I really appreciate it. And thank you, councillors. As our members of the Byward Market, why is that? It's because Byward Market is critically important to the entire city from an economic development perspective, from a history perspective, from a community gathering perspective. So as we go through our work over the last year, just want to say thank you for your support, your continued support. And over the next number of months, we'll be reaching out to each of you individually to continue this conversation. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we always cover off the financials. The BMDA undergoes a variety of audits. We actually conduct 3 audits yearly, one of 55 Byward, our commercial property, one of 70 Clarence, the other commercial property, and then of the corporation as a whole. This year, we also underwent an additional audit on HST, and those have been satisfied and moved forward. Both the public markets are stabilizing in terms of vending revenue. What we're seeing sort of from 2021 moving forward is a consistency in vendors coming out. We've also reduced the number of days that would be a full-time vendor down from 7 to 5. Operating expenses are up in both markets, but that includes an additional investment from the city last year in Parkdale Public Market for the 100th celebration, which is much needed for some of that infrastructure. And thank you to the city teams for helping us do that. And we'll talk a little bit more about Parkdale later. Across the board, everybody knows expenses are up, and that is a challenge from staffing to security to general rates on things. We had a minor surplus that resulted from an increase in revenues and then grants that roll over into the next year because they followed through from, say, 2024 to 2025. As well, we're transitioning away from Welch as our auditor. They've done it the last, I believe, 5 years. So we will be putting out an RFP for an audit group, but we are working with Welch Elevate platform to add an additional layer of reporting metrics to our finances for not only the board, staff, and members. Next slide, please. Next slide. So our 2024 highlights, this was a big year for us, and the report is called Setting the Foundation for Success. So what was of critical importance for the BMDA this year was understanding what the makeup of the district looked like within the boundary that was set by the city and the working groups. And as we go forward, so in 2025, we hope to add a comparator to this. For example, within the boundary of the BMDA, the assessed property value from MPAC is a little bit over $1.1 billion. We hope that we can see either an increase and hopefully not a decrease in that as these numbers come out, as we make investments and begin to monitor more closely year to year the economic profile of the district. Of these things, some other notes to highlight, we have $11 million of government investment that came through, $1 million of work in detailed design through the City of Ottawa, and then $10 million through the province for William Street construction, which will be moving forward in 2026. As Suzanne highlighted, we also saw 22 million visits through the district. These are people coming to and through. It's not 22 million people, but it is the visits that we monitor through a program called Environics. As well, just some highlights of $100,000 invested in marketing and promotions, as well as $130,000 in beautification, and we'll highlight where those go. Next slide, please. Foot traffic, as you can see, fluctuates quite a bit, but as we come into September, we see spikes again above the 2019 levels, which was pre-pandemic. We use 2019 as the benchmark. Obviously, a lot of things have changed through there. Generally, visits are up, but what we are finding is, again, it's a bit of a guess as to which months might spike and which months might not. A lot of this is dictated by what happens in the world around us, from a GST tax break to World Juniors to storms to hydro outages. It all impacts our foot traffic. Next slide, please. So placemaking and beautification, this is of critical importance to the district, to a BIA, to any area. If you boil our mandate down, it really comes down to enhance the visitor experience. We invested $130,000 in beautification projects, which include plaza flower boxes. It includes plaza flushing. One of the things that we focused on in 2024 was the heritage light poles and the tree wells. Believe it or not, you know, the trees need some love too on our streets from winters of salt and cold, and we're actually beginning our mulching process in the next couple of days. As well, the 76 floral planters are maintained seasonally. We do planters, and actually in 2025, we're excited to be bringing in some additional trees within larger planters to bring some of that canopy back as we work on area beautification. Next slide, please. Market programming and activations, as was stated, 191 days of events, festivals, and markets. The Byward is a public market. It's where people come to celebrate. It's where people come to express sadness. It's where people come to protest. It's also where people conduct their businesses. And those events are something that we need to continue to monitor to make sure the impact is providing the results that we want. It's a living space. It's flexible. There's a lot of work going on there, and I'd like to thank everybody who put on an event, activation, or market with us, specifically a number of the cultural communities around Ottawa that help make the place so vibrant, from the Day of the Dead Festival to this year's Polish Fest and Shawarma Fest. It's been really great to work with these groups. And we launched our inaugural winter market. This is something that we're looking to extend and continue to extend with our partners at Ottawa Tourism. Next slide, please. Advocacy and supports, as I mentioned, we did receive through the really hard work of city teams, provincial funding to actually begin to move forward on the first phase of the public realm plan, which is the revitalization of William Street, which would be the second piece of William Street, which is a critical artery and gateway into the market as people come up from public transit and enter into that space. The other thing that I'm actually really quite proud of, and I have to give a really big shout out to the folks in economic development, washroom access is a very big issue Doesn't matter what stage of life you're in, access to the washroom is really critical. And through the support of economic development, we were able to add 11 hours of additional public washroom access in 55 Byward. This is something that, yes, we want to see more public washrooms across Ottawa, but this is a really helpful measure to get us there, and I think recognizes the importance and volume of activities that happen in the Byward area. As well, parking is a significant issue and a focus for every business. One of the measures that we've been able to do, again with great help from the city teams, is start looking at and adding additional loading zones amongst other items and issues. We've had conversations about 15-minute parking, and the city teams have always been great in terms of working with businesses to identify parking replacement strategies or ways in which we can work to find solutions for your customers. Next slide, please. Part of advocacy and support, as Suzanne mentioned, the Neighborhood Operations Center opened on Rideau Street. We'll leave it to the Ottawa Police Services Board and Ottawa Police Services to report on their work. This is taken from their stats, but we are seeing an increase in reporting, particularly when we're seeing an increase of eyes on the street. No comment on reporting or service, but reporting is key to the core strategy as it's data driven. So as those reports come in, OPS has a more clear picture of what's going on, and as such, they can address those issues with whether it be bylaw, social services, or their own officers. And we are seeing the market patrols begin as officers are walking through the market on a somewhat regular basis, which again, all adds to the perception and feeling of safety for what is our visitor experience. Next slide, please. Parkdale, okay, a special place in all our heart, looking at you, Councillor Leeper. Parkdale is also in our portfolio of a public market, but one of the things we did as part of its 100th anniversary was carve it out with its own identity, its own market. And so what you can see over the 100-year celebration is we did as well track our visits and close to about 250,000 visits through the market, which is a really, I think, strong number given the size of the location. It is an active park. And again, when you look at the numbers in Byward, say that 22 million, there is a percentage of that that's driven by the residents that are coming to and through the area. And so we know that Parkdale is drawing folks to the park. And over the course of the year, particularly May and June, it is a healthy gathering space. Next slide, please. Just some highlights of our 100th anniversary, which was really exciting. It was a way to really sort of not only celebrate the park, but celebrate the people of Hintonburg and Wellington Village who really do make that space incredible. And a thank you to the mayor, a thank you to the councillors, MPs, MPPs that came out and celebrated the 100th there. There's a few photos. Part of the investment that we made this year or in 2024, was the installation of garage doors and shoring up the vending structure. That actually goes a long way in the vendors opening their doors every day. Storing fences is not something they have to do anymore. It's safer. It also creates added signage opportunities and ways for them to lock up their products at the end of the night. And as well, our apple pie cooking contest came back, which was a fan favorite. Next slide, please. So for Parkdale Public Market, we had 102 vendors over 184 days. Some of that is a bit skewed because some of those events are quite large. Parkdale is still operating produce sales 7 days a week, as we are in Byward with wholesalers selling Canadian and provincial product. And a big thank you to Robinson Greenhouses for their day-to-day work in providing, we like to joke, all the residents of Ottawa with probably 1 or 2 plants that are on their balcony or in their garden. So we are seeing a small increase in farmers to that market, but that is more on the night markets. That is not on a daily basis. And we are seeing a real increase in prepared foods coming to market. Next slide, please. So for the 2025 season, some things that we've also done this year is that we've hired a full-time Parkdale market coordinator that is on site at Parkdale. Shout out to Tina, was a was a great entrepreneur, used to run Hungry Babe and vended with us, which was a vegan a meal prep group. So if you are interested in what's going on at Parkdale, we encourage you to check out the Parkdale website, parkdalepublicmarket.ca, for a full list of their activations and events. Next slide, please. And as I come to the end, we have to acknowledge that we are coming towards 200 years, not only of Ottawa Bytown, but of the market. And that's really exciting. And I'm really encouraged by the work that's happening right now at the city level with economic development, Ottawa tourism, Bytown, the Ottawa Art Gallery. There are a lot of partners that are coming together to celebrate the 200th anniversary of Ottawa next year. And we really, really hope to not only be a jumping off point of the celebration, but to see that celebration extend into all of your communities. And then as we move to 2027, we hope to see William Street construction fully complete as we open for the 200th market season of Byward, a really exciting opportunity for us to gather. Next slide, please. And to that, I'm going to end with a thank you to, again, the Public Realm team for working with the city and launching the Engage Ottawa process on the modernizing or the updates to the construction project that is happening on William Street. There are a number of open sessions that have been had in a number of wards, and I'd encourage everybody, I believe the online survey is available for a few more days, so share that with your constituents. We want to hear what people think of Byward. Last slide there, please. Thank you. And so to that, I end with thank you to obviously our whole team, Melanie, Victoria, Jean, Samson, all of our ambassadors. I thank all of our councillors for their attention and looking forward to an exciting 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll open it up to questions. Councillor Desroches.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. As a member of the Police Services Board and as a member of Council, I'm interested in how things are going with the new police station and the police presence. Maybe even the horses will be there one day if they haven't been there already. I wonder if you could expand on that. How's that going? I have seen some media reports that the feedback from the business community is positive, which is good to hear. It's obviously not the only solution to some of the challenges that we face in this part of the city. But I want to give you an opportunity just to expand on that relationship with the police and how you're seeing that presence making a difference.
I'm just going to start off by saying, Councillor, that in my conversations with property owners and businesses in the Byward market, I hear it. I don't even have to ask for it. There's an immediate, knowledge that because they are present, that things are feeling and seeing. They're seeing an improvement on that. Zach, if you'd like to.
Thank you. Yeah, from a perception perspective, and again, I can't speak to the stats necessarily that OPS is collecting. We are hearing that from people and residents that they're seeing police more. I think the other thing that's important to highlight is it is a requirement to have a number of different strategies, whether that be the community engagement teams, the block leaders, OPS, outreach services. There are a lot of groups operating within Byward and within the area. I would say the issues and challenges that we're hearing really tend to fall under that difficult under $5,000 crime issue, where it becomes really difficult to either actually press charges. It becomes an insurance issue, and some of those things are related, obviously, to provincial legislation. But that's really where it is getting challenging. Costs of operating are up, and a broken window is very expensive, regardless of whether or not it's put through insurance. So some of those issues are still ongoing, and I know that OPS actually, I'll end on this, has offered and does offer free community or community protection through environmental design. I might have that wrong, CEPTED, And we've been able to do 4 of those audits within Byward with some additional funding from OPS so that those businesses can actually implement those strategies, which is helpful. And I know that they've extended that project to the Community Association Councillor and the Rideau BIA as well. So some good initiatives are ongoing, and I think it's just a continuing to show up and participate.
Great, thank you for that feedback. You talked a lot about the visitor experience. Who's your market, do you think? We've talked about it at this table on a couple occasions when we were dealing with parking, that the city is growing and has grown. We are building and working hard to build complete communities right across the city where people work, live, and play. You face a lot of competition, right? And it's not that people don't love the market. They just have a lot of options to have an entertainment experience. And I think part of the solution is to have more housing in this part of the city, so that again people can support the businesses in the downtown core. But I think times have changed for you that to some extent Ottawans will be tourists in their own town because they're shopping where they live, they're playing where they live. And while you're important to the tourism industry and I want to see your success, I think your market is changing. And I'm curious, who is your market in your mind?
It's a great question. Generally, we work obviously with council as our members, residents, tourism, whether that be domestic or international, and then our entrepreneurial community, whether that be property owners or business operators, is who we structure our programs around. But I'll sort of pause on maybe hopefully not an unclear answer. It's public space, so it's everyone's. Our market is everyone, and I know that sounds really challenging. It needs to be the most affluent residents of Ottawa, but it also has to be a space for somebody to sit and feel comfortable being welcome. And that's hard, right? That's all about balance. But the public space, when you think about it, are we able to provide a protest group, for example, a very easy in and out, and they've moved on and get the place back and operating? Or, can we do a royal visit where we close down roads? Or can we do, there's a lot of interest, for example, in road races right now, and I'm really excited to see the impacts of Ironman in Ottawa, which will be really, really exciting. And so when you ask about who our market and who we're serving, I think you're correct. It's difficult, which is why we focus on the idea of providing a good public space experience. But we can't lose sight that the market really was established through history to be a market where produce is always on our mind, but that's a whole business model and case that's really changed as well. So it's something that I think we need to maintain as being flexible, but in a short elevator answer, it is visitors from tourism domestically, residents, and the operators there that we really do try to serve.
Okay.
I'd like to add to that.
Yeah, sure.
Why do we go to the Byward market? We go to the Byward market because we want something different, something that we may not find in our own communities where we live. And it's all about randomness. You never know what you're going to see. You're going to turn a corner. Just the walkability, the vistas, the views that you have of Parliament Hill, the new NCC Park. There's all kinds of things that are constantly moving. And I know that's why I enjoy it so much, because I never really know what I'm going to find around the corner. There's a cute little store there that I can't see or find anywhere else because it's a local store. It has that magic about it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. I'm glad you got that pitch in. It's good. Good for the market. Last question I wanted to ask about. There's often media focus on closures of businesses, and then a week later there's an opening in the market, right? And then I sort of wonder about the perception that creates. I think it's natural that you have some change over time. If you go back and look at decades in the market, of course, you're going to see change in there, and some are going to prosper and others less so. That's the free market. So how do you focus on the positives? How do you focus on, yeah, we're closing, but someone's coming in the next day on some trendy drink or smoothie thing that people love, right? So Can you comment on that?
Yeah, for every business that's closed or that you've read about, another one has opened, within a short period of time. We've put an added effort on marketing and communications, sort of really growing a bit of a communications department, adding to the team as we grow, and starting to engage with some more proactive media outreach. Part of reaching out to all of the councillors as well is hoping to give you sort of positive things that you've experienced and can highlight that you can share, because it is really a space for all of us. And then in 2025, I don't have the visuals with us here. We are embarking on about $100,000 marketing campaign with a local agency, Banfield, on the idea of meeting in the market, connect with friends there. And so really trying to encourage people to start telling a different story of their experience.
Just recently, Trattoria Vittoria, well, how many years ago was it? In 2019 that it burnt down? So he's rebuilding. Not only is he rebuilding his restaurant, he's putting in an event center and he's adding 14 apartments. Yeah, that's a great story. And his quote was, "The Byward Market is a gem. My family has been here for decades." This man has so much energy. This is what happens when you're talking about change, and some businesses that close, new ones open, but some that are existing are looking at expanding. So I think there's something to be said for that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for sharing that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci pour la mise à jour.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the update. And thank you for the image that you have. You walking with your gloves. You're the right person in the right place, isn't it?
It dates from my days as the BIA director in Vanier.
Oh, way. Okay.
And, I have that same feeling with the Byward Market. Because in Vanier, what we brought together was the residents, the businesses, and Ottawa Police. And that's exactly what we're doing here now. The story repeats itself, but in a different environment. Thank you, Conseiller Plante.
No problem. But that is a good segue, because I did want to touch upon the police statistics you mentioned and the idea of safety. And there was mention of the visitor experiences, the businesses. And I just kind of want to put that to bed, because that's absolutely not what I'm seeing in my inbox. That's not what I'm seeing when I speak to people who live in the area, servers, people who work in hotels, etc. They are reporting to me they are more scared. They are reporting to me they are not calling police because it just takes too long and no one ever comes anyways. And one thing I think you are discounting in your comments is more and more businesses, hotels, etc., are hiring private security. So Bill Siluas, who owns Mercury Court, for example, he hired, I think, 4 extra security guards this year to a cost of $250,000 extra on him. He also has power washers who come in every single morning. And those statistics are not counted now because he just relies on that private security. And lots of places do, to be honest. We have a lot of private security in the area. So everybody around this table, I would be very, very cautious to use those stats to say that things are improving or things are getting better. I think people have just sort of taken matters into their own hands. And especially if you talk to people who live in the area, just for me, I'm in the Byward almost every single day. That's not the feedback I'm getting. Maybe we're just getting different feedback, but I'm happy to forward to you those complaints as they come in, because you know that they're coming in and you know that those people are very, very scared. A lot of families have moved. A lot of people are selling their units. You just need to go on realtor.ca right now. I think there's something like 64 units in the Byward Market for sale right now. So normally it's been a draw for students. It's been a draw for parents who buy units for their students who are going to the University of Ottawa, and we're not seeing that anymore. So I just wanted to flag that, because we can all tap ourselves on the back and say things are getting better. It's so great. But it's just, if you look under the hood a bit and you kind of look at the analysis, that's not the case. And just dernièrement, I just wanted to also congratulate and thank the members of the board. We say the quiet part out loud in our meetings. We talk very openly about what the challenges are. I know everybody who's on that board means very, very well. They want to learn, they want to go, they want to be part of the solution. And I just find that very refreshing when I sit in the board meetings and I listen to these things, because it's very nice to be part of a group of people that just want to see the Byward shine. It's actually lovely. So anyway, merci beaucoup à vous deux. Et je suis sûre qu'on se voit
Thank you
fort
so
bientôt
much
à la prochaine
to
rencontre. Thank
both of you, and I hope to see you next time.
Merci, Councillor Brockington.
Conseiller Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both for your presentation today. I will just share that my first memories of the market when I was in grade school was to come down probably in October, and I recall vividly this sea of pumpkins. As far as you could see, pumpkins of every shape and size, and dried corn hanging from the various stalls, and being so excited with a couple dollar bills in my pocket and buying pumpkins, and having that first exposure as a grade school student here in this great city of our market. And my sort of emotional attachment to the market is very positive. And I, like everyone else, only wants to see the market evolve into a better, modern market that openly acknowledges it has some challenges: crime and safety, parking, active transportation, transit. And the question is, why do people come here? Like, what do we want them to get out of their visit? But I'm comforted that we're on that track. But to the local councillor's point, we have to acknowledge we have challenges. And I acknowledge you're not hiding those, but it's okay to openly talk about them. Two minor questions in the grand scheme of things. Do you inform the public where the public washroom is? I'm assuming the only public washroom in the Byward market is on the second floor of the Byward Mill. If I'm wrong, where are the other public washrooms?
Great question. So we work, well, first to answer it, there are two accessible washrooms on the main floor of 55 Byward, one at the north end and one at the south end when you come in. The info desk, which is there, will direct anybody to those. Upstairs, we operate a men's and a women's public washroom, but again, there are stairs involved, so that's a challenge. Then to inform the public about that, we actually worked with Gotta Go campaign. They have a really helpful handout that says where the public washrooms are. So we display that on our digital screens in the building. And then as well, just from years of being there, all the tourism operators know that that is the public washroom location. And in fact, we've actually seen it being really, really heavily used, which is an indication that tours are back through.
But within the four corners of the market, if I've just arrived off Sussex, I come to the Ottawa sign, I have to go to the washroom. If I've come off the LRT station, Gotta Go. Are there wayfinding signage? No, there isn't. Okay. Is that something that's being considered?
It's absolutely a great consideration, yeah.
Okay. With respect to the 200th birthday bash, do we have signage now that as Ottawa residents, as tourists enjoy the market now, we can let them know, hey, next year we're having this big party, give them some information?
Yes, that process is being led, I don't want to get this wrong, within economic development, and there is a steering committee. I've seen the pageantry. I know the mayor participated in the last update, and the hope is that absolutely that will be sent out citywide to help people celebrate in every ward.
But even if, what I'm trying to get at is we should have something in the market now, even if we don't have details. Hey, next year there's going to be a big party. We just want to let you know. Anyway, thank you very much for the update today. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I didn't move to Ottawa until I was in my 20s, so my first memories of the Byward Market are at the Laugh before it was renovated. But I do have just a couple questions. It was great hearing the update of everything that's happening. I think we all agree that the Byward Market is a great place. I know when City Council gave a mandate to the BMDA several years ago, that we talked a lot about some of the things we see today, the hosting of special events, focus on climate change adaptation. And I would just be interested to hear how you're working with OC Transpo to try to drive people to use public transport to get to these events. You've got 22 million distinct visits. And I noted in the presentation that you work with groups like, I think it's Yazetta for Day of the Dead. You've got NCC coming building the music hall. How are you working to get sort of those promoters to work with OC Transpo so that we can get more public transportation into the market?
I think I'll start by saying the Byward Market District Authority would like to work with OC Transit more. It's something where, as we see concerns or perceptions of challenges with transit, obviously people return to their car. It's something that we think is critically important to the future of Byward, but also when you think about moving around between whether it be LeBreton, whether it be Parkdale, whether it be Byward, that interconnectedness of transit is key. Part of our marketing campaign will be targeting transit stations in terms of encouraging folks with that messaging. But certainly a lot more can be done to connect with transit users in coming to the market.
Yeah, it's something that I do think is important. I mean, I get tickets to Blues Fest, I get tickets to City Folk. I'm a season ticket holder with the Charge, and they work with OC Transpo to build that ticket price into the promoter, and I think it's a great way to get people using it. So I just a comment that I think that would be something great to see. Also, with respect to your annual report, the written talked a little bit about the block leaders program, and then I know that the BMDA is also hiring, I think it's nightlife ambassadors. I'm just wondering how those initiatives work with the work that the core team is doing with their the ICST, the Integrated Community Safety Table. I'm assuming that the BMDA is on the Community Advisory Board for the core strategy, but could you just talk a little bit about how those initiatives and when you're working with individuals on the streets late at night, how that all ties in together with the different programs?
So we really rely on our partners for the delivery of those programs. So Ottawa Inner City Health, for example, with the block leaders, training pieces. With the night ambassadors, this is a new program, again, through economic development and the nightlife commissioner's office, to pilot extending what is our ambassador, the folks that are on the street every day, sort of giving direction or helping with market setup into the evening as part of the nightlife strategy. And as we look at expanding our work into later hours, I think we need to start engaging a little bit more with different strategies of eyes on the street in terms of, this ambassador program. Yes, it's being piloted in Byward, but, I'd hope this extends through to Centertown and other areas. But also as we do that, we build connections with really a lot of the work that's happening, whether it be the Guardians program or the community engagement team, to build our understanding, because again, it's about increasing or adding hours to our economy, particularly in the night. And that's not something we're going to rush into. We have a lot to learn, to be honest with you. We had some really great training for our ambassadors with Good Night Out. We're bringing in different de-escalation tactics and tools. So really, it's something that I think a short answer is it requires a myriad of approaches, from OPS to block leaders to harm reduction professionals, and that's something that I really hope we can get into and roll up our sleeves with partners on in the coming years.
Okay, thanks. I guess my concern is always that when we're creating all these different siloed programs, that making sure that we're working towards common goals in terms of not just protecting businesses, but also protecting some of the vulnerabilities of these individuals that are in these situations down there. So much appreciate the work. I had some other questions, but about the washroom access, I think that's really, really important to increase that, especially as you're driving more and more visits down there every year. It has been a challenge for people, and one of the items identified why people don't feel comfortable staying down there for a long time. And look forward to hearing more on how you work with OC Transpo at next year's annual AGM, hoping to see things like shuttles from different neighborhoods or whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the great work you're doing in both of our markets. I get really excited when I think about the George Street station, that will be easily accessible to people in Orleans in a matter of months. I hope we'll see some Main Street advertising or advertising at Place d'Orleans to really try to attract people downtown. It's going to be an amazing connection. And to your point, Zach, the Byward market is so critical to the sustainability of this city. But when I look at the annual report, report, I'm having difficulties discerning how it's performing on a financial basis. You have some basic operational expenses, staff, you offer programming, you market the market. And then you have revenues, which are predominantly stall rentals. I'd be curious, like what else you have on the books. How is that performing? What is the level of city subsidy that is going into operations? I think we used to see that data a bit more in the annual reports, and I hope we'll see it next year.
Certainly. So for any councillor interested in the package, the audits should have been there. You can go through them, and we're happy to take on any questions there. From an auditing lens, we are a going concern, which means we can continue to operate from a financial perspective. When it comes to revenues, really vending revenue is not really the driver anymore, or the main driver that it once was. We are seeing an increase in third-party activations as we're getting away from organizing our own events, right? And so that's when they have a market component, we get revenues from that. Our commercial leasing portfolio is a big driver. We have 28 tenants in 55 Byward and 70 Clarence. And I'm actually quite happy to report that really from the time we started this in 2019, 2020, we've maintained over 90% occupancy in those units, which really helps. And those dollars obviously are invested in the operating of the physical property. There's some specific things that you can and cannot do with those dollars. And then from a city operating standpoint, we receive a $800,000 operating subsidy that goes really into the general operating of the district authority. The idea over time, if council remembers, is also to explore, we have not done this yet, but to explore the idea of a levy and what that looks like in terms of district-wide, if it's a specific issue, right, that we don't collect a levy the way a BIA does. So we are, any revenue that we generate, we generate and we invest back into the district.
Thank you for all that. I have heard discussions about sharing in the parking revenue. How is that discussion?
I think for any ward, any councillor, parking is a top issue. It's also something that we know in the city is being used, right? Revenue is being driven from it. The opportunity to consider how we invest parking revenue back into the areas in which it's taken from is a really good conversation. I also need to highlight, there is legislation, I believe, within the Municipal Act, or I might be locating this wrong, that does require parking revenue to be invested back in parking infrastructure. But what is the definition of parking infrastructure and all those things? So I think there's a good conversation to be had there, but I think it's one that needs to be had with all areas in mind in terms of what we're trying to achieve, not just Byward.
Okay. What has been the trend on the rental revenue from the commercial operations? Are you holding rent steady, or are those going up at some rate of inflation?
Each lease is different, and I can't get into the specifics of them. Over the period of COVID, we did a number of different rental agreements, abatements, different strategies to support tenants sort of where they were. And as we move forward, one of the things that we've been doing is actually not necessarily increasing rates to market rates at the current time, because there's a lot of flux in and around construction in the area, what's happening there. So it's pretty standard for us to apply a 2.5% increase per year. Okay. Geared towards the cost of living, but each lease is different. And there's actually some groups that we've supported because they've got grants, and so they're covering the operating, and there's an investment into sort of their business in the first year. But each tenant is different, and I'm happy to go through that on an individual basis with you if you like.
Okay. And then just at the very high level, the city operating subsidy that we currently provide, do you anticipate an increased need for that, a reduced need for that over time, the way trends are going?
I think the idea would be a reduced need for it. I think everybody wants to be able to be sort of standalone and operate. But really, that's there to ensure that we can continue to move forward on a base level of operations. And I think as we move forward, that'll be a conversation. Really, when we look to renew the mandate, probably in another 3 years, I think is when it's up. At that point, is 70 Clarence developed? Where are we at with the York Street Promenade? There's a lot of things that I think might increase or decrease that amount.
A lot of that, I think, will also just depend on how successful we're able to address some of the challenges in the market. You can't increase commercial rents when things are as challenged as they are currently. And a lot of that obviously is out of your control, but you're collaborating closely with all the various different partners. So best of luck continuing to navigate those waters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Zach, Suzanne? Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
All right, I will now call for a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Carr in a melodic voice. Melodic. Go ahead.
That the annual meeting of the members be adjourned.
Is that carried? All right, I declare the motion carried. The annual meeting of the Byward Market District Authority adjourned. Thank you again. We will move to item 16.3 on the agenda, which is the Waste Management Technologies Feasibility Study. I understand there is a motion from Councillor Hubley and also a direction to staff from Councillor Hill. Councillor Hubley is not here at the moment. What's that? Councillor Brown, are you able to read the motion?
It would be my pleasure. I can't do melodic. Sorry, Councillor Carr. I'll read. So this is on behalf of Councillor Hubley. Whereas Council, through the Solid Waste Master Plan, has already approved several actions to extend the life of the Trail Road landfill, including reducing curbside garbage set-out limits by 50% and enforcing this limit, banning industrial, commercial, institutional waste from Trail Road, and expanding the pay-per-use yellow bag program. And whereas Ottawa ratepayers expect the city to address long-term regional solid waste challenges in a timely and fiscally responsible manner, and whereas city staff have spent the past 18 months executing Council's direction to identify proven technological solutions that meet Ottawa's climate, environmental, financial, and social objectives, and whereas the staff feasibility report ranks Scenario 1, status quo in private facilities, Scenario 2, waste to energy incineration facility 2, as tied for first for being the most preferable long-term options for Council's consideration. And whereas waste to energy facilities operate successfully in multiple Ontario, Canadian, and international jurisdictions and are recognized as proven solutions. And whereas, due to the finite capacity, the relatively poor environmental performance, the social considerations associated with landfilling, residents are unlikely to welcome the development of a new standalone landfill without an accompanying technological solution. And whereas landfilling alone would be more quickly consume the finite airspace available for waste management for future generations, merely postponing rather than resolving Ottawa's solid waste capacity constraints. And whereas taxpayers expect Council to adopt pragmatic, common sense solutions that safeguard an essential core municipal service for decades to come, therefore be it resolved that Council amend the report recommendations to read as follows. 1. Receive for information the feasibility study for waste management technologies and other proven solutions that support the long-term solid waste diversion and management needs of the City of Ottawa and support the goals of the Council-approved Solid Waste Master Plan. 2. Direct staff to advance an in-depth evaluation for Scenario 1 and Scenario 2 and Scenario 5 as explained in this report within the feasibility study. 3. Direct staff to undertake all necessary work to develop a comprehensive business case, including best available cost estimates and other information from proponents, with the following sub-options to be explored comprehensively through this process. A. A waste-to-energy incineration facility that is privately designed, owned, and operated with the city as its primary client. B, a waste-to-energy facility that is privately designed and constructed for public ownership and operation. And C, the construction of a new publicly owned and operated landfill capable of managing 50 years of residential waste produced by residents of Ottawa. 4, direct staff to seek formal discussions with the province of Ontario to understand options for A, streamlining environmental and regulatory approvals for all of the scenarios proceeding to in-depth evaluation, and B, accepting waste from other communities to offset capital and operating costs. 5, direct staff to report regularly to the Environment and Climate Change Committee and Council with timely progress updates, including any challenges or concerns identified by staff, and to allow staff to seek further guidance as needed. 6, direct staff to report back with a recommendation and finalized business case for Ottawa's future waste management system, including decision point timelines and budget implications as soon as practical within the next term of council, but no later than Q1 2027. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Hubley, that was your motion read in by Councillor Brown. Did you want to speak to it at this point or not? Not at the moment? Okay. Councillor Hill, you have a direction?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That staff be directed as part of the business case studies, community and partner engagement strategy to include a robust targeted consultations with residents most impacted by potential sites when identified in consultation with the relevant ward councillors in order to help inform the final recommendations made to council in Q1 2027.
Okay, and staff are all right with that direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Lieber.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a question of clarification. I want to understand better the Councillor Hubley motion. I think that I'm largely in favor of it. If I understand how it differs from the original report recommendations, it is to make it clear that we want an evaluation of the public model versus the private model. And then you're also looking to accelerate the time frame in which staff would be coming back with the results of that analysis.
Yes, Councillor Leeper, I think that sums it up. We're taking the report and we're asking for a more detailed response so that we have the dollars and cents. You know, there's estimates out there in the last year of anywhere from 450 to 500 million up to some councillors are quoted as saying it's going to be over $1 billion. And so we need to get the real numbers down here. And I think from discussing with my colleagues, it's a legitimate question to say, should we do this or should we do it as a P3 so that we don't have the huge capital outlay that building a new facility would cost? So we need those numbers to make a decision. Okay.
I agree entirely. It is very useful for us to be starting to think now if the waste to energy plant and incinerator is going to be the path we go down. Let's start thinking now about what that model is. So I appreciate the clarity that your motion would bring to this larger question. I don't have a lot more, Mayor. I'm not going to put a motion on the table to remove the option to build an incinerator and force people to vote on that. I know how that vote would turn out. So I'll be voting against what I assume will be the amended report recommendations. But it's not because I don't want to send staff away to explore the implications of building new landfill along with additional ways to reduce the amount of waste that is going into that landfill. My vote against this report will be on the basis that I don't think it is appropriate to send staff off to do more work on a waste to energy. And I gave my big speech about that several months ago, so I won't repeat it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm with staff that nothing in this motion precludes any of the recommendations or discoveries made through what is going to be a very robust analysis and public engagement process that was discussed at length at committee.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, well, as long as we remain confident that only through the analysis done by experts, as we heard earlier today, technical problems have technical solutions. I'm not interested in having too many of us weigh in before we have the facts on the table. which includes a couple of the whereases in this motion. So I'll hold my nose on those, but otherwise I think it's fine for today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So on the Hubley motion then, is that carried? And then on the item as amended, is that carried? Okay, thank you. Moving to item 17.1, the provincial planning statement. And I believe there's a technical amendment here. Councillor Leeper, you have the technical amendment for the provincial planning statement.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yep, I've got a technical amendment. This has been seconded by Councillor Brown, whereas official plan amendment 46 is presented as document 1 to the staff report, and whereas in document 1, appendix D, amendments to schedule C1 maximum building heights to the central and east downtown core secondary plan is missing a height category in the legend, and whereas schedule C1 below includes the missing height category in the legend. Sorry, melodic, right? Therefore, be it resolved that Schedule C1 in C1 in Document 1 Appendix D be replaced with Schedule C1 as attached.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curry.
I really just wanted to thank Royce Fu for the chart that was provided to us, and also the mayor staff and planning staff for all their help in the interim, helping everyone to understand exactly what was going on with all of the various motions. So I really appreciated that help in the interim. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I wasn't here last week, and I know a number of colleagues spoke about the speed at which some of these changes are coming. Because of provincial changes and because of the expediency needed in relation to our zoning bylaw update. But again, I just wanted to state publicly myself that I think the province would have been wise to do a lot more consultation and engagement with municipalities, with councillors, and most importantly, with residents on the changes to the provincial policy. We do a great job at that here at the city when we update official plans and zoning bylaws and individual planning applications. I wish we saw the same commitment to real public engagement from the province on planning matters, and I think they'd find a much higher level of acceptance and buy-in from the public on some of the difficult decisions we need to make to reach our housing goals in the province. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd like to second what Councillor Gower said in terms of public consultation, and the process from the province has created a lot of pressure, obviously, on a lot of our residents, city staff, and others, and ourselves as council. Last week, I introduced amendments to address concerns about some of the items that were introduced around the Rockcliffe Park secondary plan. While important changes were achieved, including removing 2 properties from redesignation and ensuring heritage considerations are more properly evaluated, I still can't support the overall report. Rockcliffe Park is a designated heritage conservation district, and we continue to seek the right balance between future development and heritage conservation. The report still poses, in my estimation, some significant risks to the heritage integrity of this unique community. As Built Heritage Chair, I remain committed to advocating for our heritage conservation districts and look forward to continued collaboration with city staff as we work towards policies that represent a more balanced approach towards protecting heritage assets while ensuring intensification occurs where it makes the most planning sense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I too am appreciative of the work that staff did and the Old Ottawa East Community Association and my office as well. There's positive amendments to the PBS-driven changes to that secondary plan. I am concerned and made these comments at committee with how this collaboration took the place of what would normally be a much more deliberative and consultative process. Amendments to our official plan this large, including the secondary plans, do warrant and I think require that level of input and consultation. And I'm concerned that in this case, we were moving very quickly and we did our best as councillors and community to make some changes here. The issue is that community members and stakeholders spent years developing what was in their secondary plans through their community design plans. And during the last official plan process, those were adopted as part of the official plan. And that was a big concern for folks at that time, is that they wanted their secondary plans adopted as they were. This sort of action in this case, I think, given the significant revisions, it kind of took place in a way that permitted less democratic input, in a way that we should have had a more formalized process for this, for these large official amendment changes. It's a symptom, I think, of what we're seeing more around the table, where communities have less say over their built environment and not more these days. And that compromising on the public's ability to kind of shape our planning policies is a concern for me. It's not always the market or the province or so-called experts that know best. Sometimes it is the people who live in it. And in this case, I think we needed some longer time to hear from them. As I say, I am appreciative of the work that staff did, and others, but I wish that we had a more formal process around this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we all need to remember that we're in the midst of a housing crisis in the city. And I understand very much the challenge that different communities spend a lot of time negotiating secondary plans. But I also have to tell you that in my community, every single time a development that was outside that secondary plan came to committee, it was approved. And so it's been really tough for my community to understand that discrepancy between the secondary plan and the city's official plan. And so that's why I think making this change now is really, really important. People need to know what's coming. And in the face of a crisis, we shouldn't move slower. We should move more quickly. And unfortunately, I think a lot of these planning committee meetings and these rezoning meetings have become almost like referendums on who gets to live in a neighborhood. And we need to show that our city is open to everyone. And as I said, I live in one of the most densely populated ward. It's only 6 kilometers square. And when I hear people saying, why always high rises? Well, the reason we're getting so many high rise applications to meet our density goals is because huge swaths of the city didn't allow even gentle density. So, you know, as the representative of one of the densest wards in the city, I just want to say having more neighbors is a good thing. One perfect example is near the corner of Bay and Albert. The population tipping point is finally there. So the seniors in the neighborhood are getting their grocery store beside the LRT station, and they're thrilled about it. And so, you know, to any of your residents that are worried about this, I'd like to assure them that the sky's not going to fall, that having more neighbors is good for our city, and that if we don't do this, our kids and our grandkids are not going to have a place to live, and we can't sprawl any more than we're sprawling now. And so I worry sometimes about false expectations of consultation, because we know that we have provincial targets to meet, and we know we have a crisis that we need to solve. So that's why I'm very supportive of this initiative, and I'm really thankful to staff for all the work that you did on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I said what I needed to say mostly at the joint committee last week in terms of all the work that staff did. I just have one question for staff. A number of the secondary plans were amended after working with councillors after the first recommendations were made by staff to the provincial planning statement. My question to staff is, do you believe that the amendments that were made will actually result in more intensification for the communities than what was originally proposed by staff?
So, Mr. Mayor, the motions represent more of a rounding out of the uplift that staff originally recommended. So at the end of the day, there's still a significant net increase in the housing opportunities within those secondary plans.
So just to clarify, do you think that the amendments will actually help result in greater intensification than the original proposals from staff?
Yes, staff would agree with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess the question I have for staff is just, we have proceeded quickly to modify a number of secondary plans in order to bring those into conformity with what staff have told us is the intent of the provincial policy statement. Now that you have the secondary plan zoning in place that meets the PPS, does that position you better to create a comprehensive zoning bylaw by the end of this year that will better reflect what the provincial policy statement would direct us to do, and which would be the lens through which the Ontario Land Tribunal would look in the case of any disputes?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. If the amendments are adopted today, staff will bring forward those the implementing zoning to be incorporated within the new zoning bylaw, and that would be considered by joint committee at the end of this year.
So we will have a more accurate, honest, transparent, comprehensive zoning bylaw that will stand a better chance of actually being defensible in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal, and will have that comprehensive zoning bylaw in a timely way. I understand that some residents may feel that this went very, very quickly, but I think we are getting to a good place in terms of having zoning that will last this city for the next decade, unless, to Councillor Gower's point, the province chooses to do something different again at some point in the future. So I thank you for your work on this, and I thank you for the speed with which you approached it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So on the technical amendment, is that carried? And on the item as amended, is that carried?
Dissent.
Okay, 2 dissents. Okay, moving to item 18.4, which is the zoning bylaw amendment for 3930 Riverside Drive. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few brief comments and a direction to staff on this item. The Ottawa Airport falls entirely in Gloucester Southgate Ward. So as the councillor for the airport, I took the time to meet with the Ottawa Airport Authority and listen to this discussion at Planning and Housing Committee on this file. And I'm sympathetic to the concerns of the airport and the risks that they presented in terms of their future viability. But I'm recognize that this is just a zoning amendment and not a rezoning, and that they have a right to build housing here. But I do think it's incumbent upon us to ensure that the future residents of the site are as aware as possible of what it means to live next to an airport, especially as it pertains to noise. So I did work with staff on this direction, and I understand that they're prepared to accept it. But the direction I'll read in now is that staff be directed to engage in discussions with the applicant regarding the potential installation of permanent visible signage at site entrances, building lobbies, leasing offices, and other key locations to inform occupants of the potential aircraft noise associated with proximity to airport flight paths, and that staff consult the Ottawa International Airport Authority to ensure clarity and consistency with established noise awareness practices, should the applicant be agreeable to signage. And I just want to check with staff to ensure that you're still amendable to this direction.
Yes, Mayor.
Fantastic. I want to thank the ward councillor. Obviously, this is in Councillor Brockington's ward, and his residents are very supportive of housing at this location, which I think is fantastic. But I do think that it's incumbent upon us to think of those future residents. As in Gloucester Southgate ward, I have a community that abuts heavy industrial, and there is conflict. I just received another email today from a resident about the constant conflict between those two land uses, which are entirely incompatible. And it's not so much that when they moved in it was an issue, but as those facilities have grown and expanded, it's become increasingly more problematic, and there really is no solution. It was just bad land use planning at the time, and I'm concerned that we might be getting into the same situation here. So I'll leave it there. I see there's lots of questions on the board, so I will cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I just would like to say that if you attended Planning Committee, you heard my comments there. I wanted to confirm that there will be a plan coming from Bloomberg on the Ottawa Airport and the Special Economic District that is that we designated. And I feel like the direction to staff, which I'm appreciative that staff have said they accept, is the first step. I think this is a little bit of a complex issue and regarding the impact on our airport and what the airport authority has in their sites for future development and future plans that involve potentially other smaller airports and maybe our airport ending up as a hub, which we would like. So this may seem like a silly thing, signs, but I think it needs further explanation. And I think the Bloomberg report will help. So I'm glad to see there's one step forward on this. I know it's complex, and I met with the developer, and they also understand the bigger picture of this. So I'm hopeful that this direction will help and that there may be some changes. I'm still going to vote against this because there's a number of parts that I don't agree with, but I'm glad to see there will be something done about the possible future airport plans and this interfering with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I too spoke at planning at length, and I just want to highlight a few matters today and have a question for staff about the transportation network in the immediate area. But just as a reminder, in 2019, the City Council endorsed a mixed-use application from the current applicant at this site. Although I voted against at that site, I openly and publicly stated I supported the application on the planning merits that were argued at the time. And I voted against to make a point about the transportation network and infrastructure that exists in the community and the number of challenges that we have with the efficient flow of traffic. The desire of the applicant changed over time from 2019 to present, and so a new application to tweak the zoning for this site to include a different housing type is what's before us today. And so the application is really exclusively residential. It doesn't have the same mixed use dynamic. And I do want to thank not just the community association, but a number of local residents who are part of a team that looked at this application inside out and worked very closely with city staff and Taggart on a number of issues. As I said at committee, this really isn't about just building new homes. There's a number of deficiencies in this area we have a park on Riverside Drive that has no parking lot. So now there's going to be a parking lot for this park. There's going to be a brand new multi-use pathway that connects this subdivision with the subdivision immediately to the north. Great connectivity here. We have environmentally protected lands that abut the Rideau River, which are going to be saved now in public hands, 5 acres, fantastic from future development or future use. And as well we know, and it's been mentioned many times, we are completely focused on our declared housing and homelessness emergency. This will provide more homes for people. So I'm not naive to think that living or working near an airport, you don't notice it. People will hear the noise. We've heard from the developer that they can take some mitigation steps in the construction of the buildings and homes to help mitigate that. It will not completely eliminate it. But again, we've heard that there will be a requirement to inform prospective buyers or tenants of their proximity to the airport. And I think the direction from Councillor Bradley today provides some greater awareness in advance to prospective residents in that area. All this to say, I'm certainly heard the airport as well, and I understand the concerns that they've raised. We want our airport to continue to be a strong economic and viable producer in this area. We want to be able to attract more commercial flights. We don't want that to be restricted or inhibited. So this application does not breach municipal, provincial, or federal regulations. It respects those. It is not directly underneath the flight path. It's very close, and that's why we have the concerns with the noise. But I want to go back to the main concern that people in the neighborhood have with this application and other applications that abut the area, like the Tudor Hall redevelopment, and that is about the transportation network. So, Ms. G, I won't ask you to specifically name all the improvements that this development will yield: greater turning capacity in lanes, a new intersection, sidewalk, bike infrastructure, all great stuff. There are a number of projects, though, that are either in the queue already or part of draft proposals in the TMP that will take pressure off these major roads and this intersection. Could you just inform council what are some possible transportation projects coming in the years to come?
Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you, Councillor. In the TMP, we have, which is going to be at Public Works and Infrastructure Committee tomorrow, that speaks to the capital infrastructure plan to 2046. So there are 2 types of networks in there for roads and plus transit as well. And one is a needs-based, so that'll take us to 2046, or the needs for all the growth that's happening across the city and in this area, as well as the priority networks. I can list some of these projects. They're in both, so some will be built sooner than later, and the others may be towards the end of the planning horizon. But the biggest area of concern in this community is the Riverside and Hunt Club intersection. Last year or so, we implemented a new northbound left turn lane, so that has shown some improvements. And very soon we will start looking at a southbound right turn extension as well, and that'll remove vehicles from who are making turns from blocking the through lanes. So that'll help. Hunt Club Bridge itself has limited capacity, so the future plans is to widen that. So that'll help there. On the other side at Prince of Wales, there's work plans underway to look at incrementally widening Prince of Wales. But what will also help is a future bridge connection at Fallowfield, so that'll alleviate, it'll provide another crossing of the river, so traffic can be distributed that way. And in the past TMP as well as this one, the Airport Parkway widening combined with Albion and Leicester will also help some of the north-south movement. And I'd like to wrap up by saying that we also have the Trillium line, so we'd like a lot of the commuters to be shifting their travel mode to transit.
Thank you for that. And Mayor, I just wanted to make sure Ms. G had an opportunity to highlight that there's some major investments in roads, bridges, and LRT coming. It's not overnight solution, but certainly in the queue that will help relieve some of that pressure. Finally, I'll just say council had no problem approving major developments in my ward, towers immediately abutting the Queensway at Westgate, the old Nelson Dairy, 6 towers for Claridge. Queensway creates noise, the 5 towers on Talisman, and I've referenced that committee. I live right beside the Via Rail train track. I hear dozens of trains a day, night work only for maintenance, and as high-speed rail rolls out for future councils, that will certainly be an issue. This is about balance for me. It's not perfect. I think there are legitimate concerns we're discussing, but I will be supporting the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I also will be supporting the planning recommendation, the staff recommendation. We as a council have agreed that one of our top priorities is to respond to the housing crisis. And as Councillor Brockington just said, this is not perfect, but it is, I think, a responsible approach to addressing the housing needs in this city. I can tell you, living next to the airport and representing an area that is next to the airport to the south in Riverside South, I do get comments from time to time on aircraft in the area, which will fly over from time to time. They're not in a direct path, but there may be some deviations. And we make it clear to residents that when you move in here, it was part of your deed, it's part of your the planning documents that you would have received, indicating to you and your family that you're living basically in an airport zone and you could be subject to noise. So I think we're on the right track to be very proactive to advise those residents who are going to be moving in there and their future generations moving in there, that's what they're signing up for when they move in there, that there might be some noise. Thankfully, over the years, we have seen great progress with the industry on having quieter engines and the aircraft reaching higher altitudes more quickly for fuel efficiency. And Transport Canada has done a good job on that to try and support that aircraft industry so that they can be more cost efficient and reduce noise around airports. I'll say at this table, I think I support the airport. I want them to succeed. It's not housing around this area that's going to prevent that. What's going to prevent that is the infrastructure to support the growth in the airports in the south of the city. So that includes some of the things that Ms. Chi just mentioned in terms of the Hunt Club corridor, the Leitrim realignment, which is proposed because of a future runway realignment, and the Airport Parkway. And I hope that the airport puts as much energy into advocating for those projects and helping us get funding for those projects as they put into the advocacy for their concerns about this project. So I will be supporting it. Again, I think it responds to our housing crisis, but what's needed is the infrastructure around the airport, and we'll be dealing with that tomorrow as part of the Transportation Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot of the points are raised. I won't rehash it. I think we spent too long on this already, to be quite frank with you. I did ask the airport, and I want to confirm, have we received any information back? They highlighted the number of complaints that they've received. And I asked for regions of where these are coming from, because I get complaints about flight patterns all the time in Beacon Hill. And that is very far from the airport. Have you received anything? Because I haven't received that information back.
Mayor, to my knowledge, we've not received any specifics about complaints that they received.
Yeah. Okay, there's one concern. I guess they didn't want to do that. And then, of course, I did also highlight air flight is under federal regulation. Have we had any MP interference, anyone coming to us with expressed concerns?
Mayor, we've not had any complaints from members of parliament. We have had correspondence with Transport Canada, including some back and forth with respect to the airport zoning regulation. And they've confirmed that it appears that the proposal is in accordance with the airport zoning regulation, with further delineation required through the site plan stage.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. So I guess that cements my decision. I was open to listening. Clearly, they don't want to deliver more information. It's very, very clear. We have a housing crisis, so I'll be supporting moving ahead with this project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. So if we could have a recorded vote, please, on the item.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
20 yeas, 5 nays.
Thank you. All right. Moving to item 21, in-camera items. We are going to move in camera now, and I will ask Councillor Carr to read the motion to move in camera.
Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to procedure bylaw number 2025-100, subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and in 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose to receive information with respect to the Stage 1 light rail transit legal updates.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Is that carried? We'll move in camera as soon as possible and resume quickly. Thank you. Okay, for the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to the Stage 1 light rail transit legal updates. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. Motion to adopt reports, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. That the report from Ottawa Board of Health entitled Ottawa Public Health 2024 Annual Report, the report from Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. entitled Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. 2024 Annual Report, Audit Committee Report 12A, Built Heritage Committee Report 23, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 18, Joint Planning and Housing Committee and the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 6, Planning and Housing Committee Report 49, Transit Committee Report 20, and the reports from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of June 11, 2025 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Motions of which notice has previously been given. Ottawa First Responder Foundation Licensing Agreement. Councillor Brockington, did you want to, I don't know if he's online. Okay. Is it carried? Carried. Public engagement strategy. Councillor Johnson, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you. So as everyone knows, I believe we passed a public engagement strategy in 2013, and city staff has been undertaking a refresh of this public engagement strategy over the last 2 years. I felt that a missing component of this public engagement strategy was to create a transparent interface with the public about what that refresh says, so that the main stakeholder, will know what to expect when they come and engage on various issues. So I think that staff has comprised a guidebook that would sort of outline for what kind of research questions they would be using, what kind of public engagement approaches, and I think the public deserves to know that. I think my hope is that if we create a better transparency, we might offer some civic education as well on how the public can show up to engage. I know sometimes there has been, in my experience, some mismatch between how the city is presenting a question and how residents show up to participate. So I think the greater amount of transparency we can offer on this issue, the better. And then what the memo is asking for in, I believe it's 6 months' time, which was what staff suggested, is an opportunity for staff to share with council through a memo how that public engagement strategy refresh has been going. I think staff who use it may also have different interpretations of what's working and what's not. And I want for everyone to feel successful in their public engagement approaches. I don't want there to be a feeling of apprehension or pulling away from those opportunities, because I do think that's how we keep our relevance as a democratic institution. But I don't want to presume at this stage that anything that the staff have been working on for 2 years doesn't deserve to be executed. You know, I think that there's a really good foundation there. So the purpose of the motion is not to direct how public engagement will go. I think staff have that in hand through the refresh work that they've been doing, but further transparency with the public and an opportunity for staff to let us know what adjustments or lessons learned have been made both from the staff side and the public interaction side with that engagement strategy, I think would be well warranted. And so I hope I can count on my colleagues to support the motion, and thanks for the opportunity to put it forward today.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you so much. I just really wanted to thank both Councillor Johnson and Dudas for really introducing this motion, because I held a budget consultation just this week and heard the same thing from my constituents, that they want to really engage in a genuine partnership in shaping the decisions that affect their daily lives, their neighborhoods, and the city's future. And they also don't want to feel confused about when and how they can meaningfully participate in city processes. And I was really excited to tell a constituent that this was actually coming before us this week. And what really excites me most about this motion is the recognition that residents and community organizations are ready to be genuine partners, not passive recipients of information, which often they feel they are. across our city, I see neighborhood associations, advocacy groups, and engaged citizens who bring valuable expertise and lived experience to our decision-making processes. They don't want to be consulted at the end of the process. I think they want to be part of shaping solutions from the beginning. And I think that this motion is really a great step towards getting to that objective. I think this motion also crucially provides, as you had noted, accountability. I think by requiring regular reporting and evaluation, we're committing to continuous improvement in how we engage our residents, and we're acknowledging that good public engagement requires ongoing refinement and adaptation. So I just really wanted to thank you for introducing this motion, and it will definitely have my support. And I know the support of many of my residents who want to see an improvement in the way that the city undertakes public consultation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Is the motion carried? Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. There's a motion from Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Kitts, on appointing Councillor Skalski to some committees, which obviously is time sensitive. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And although Councillor Kitts and I have enjoyed being the arch councillors for Osgood Ward for the past few months, we are, of course, excited to laden Councillor Skalski down with some work. And so, whereas former Ward 20 Councillor George DeRuse held the following council-appointed positions: Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, City of Ottawa Superannuation Fund, South Nation Conservation Authority Board Member, and Osgood Care Centre Board Member. Whereas Council declared the Ward 20 Osgood Ward Councillor's office be vacant on March 26, 2025, and subsequently a by-election was held on June 16, 2025. And whereas the Mayor, as Chair of Nominating Committee and in consultation with the City Clerk, has reviewed the vacancies in the context of the expressions of interest from the new Ward 20 Councillor, as well as the availability of places on the other standing committees, overall committee membership, and members' overall workload and experience. And whereas the current 5 members of ARAC also sit as the Court of Revision under the Drainage Act, which is limited under the Drainage Act to 5 members, therefore be it resolved that Council approve the appointment of Councillor Isabel Skalski as a member of the following committees and boards for the balance of the 2022 to 2026 term of Council. 1, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, including the Court of Revision. 2, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee. 3, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. 4, South Nation Conservation Authority Board of Directors. 5, Osgood Care Centre Board of Directors, and 6, the Service Review Working Group. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Is that carried?
Carried.
There is also a motion from Councillor Dudas related to housing benefits eligibility criteria, which is of a time-sensitive nature. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Dudas?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas housing benefits are a vital tool in supporting individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness by providing direct financial assistance to help with housing costs. Whereas the April 2025 update to municipal housing allowance programs and the Home for Good Housing Allowance Program report outlines current eligibility requirements for housing benefits, including the requirement that participants be protected under the Residential Tenancies Act. And whereas Housing and Homelessness Services has identified a gap in eligibility affecting people such as youth supported by Operation Come Home under their Housing Works Master Lease Program, where youth hold occupancy agreements but are not directly protected under the RTA, whereas the master leasing model has proven effective in providing stable housing for youth, but the current RTA requirement creates a barrier to transitioning these individuals to housing benefit support and RTA protected leases when they are ready. Therefore, it be resolved that Council approve an amendment to the housing benefits eligibility criteria to remove the requirement for individuals to be protected under the Residential Tenancies Act, specifically for participants in city-approved master leasing programs, thereby enabling people housed under such arrangements to access housing benefits. So this motion is before us today because there is an identified gap. And what this will do is it proposes a simple but really impactful amendment to remove the requirements for RTA protection for individuals who are housed under the city-approved master lease programs. So this change would allow youth in these programs to access COB and transition more smoothly into permanent independent housing.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Is that carried? Motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Carr?
Thanks. That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw. Councillor Carr?
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of June 25th, 2025.
Is that carried? Inquiries. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Many residents have contacted my office with concerns about the new security procedures at City Hall. While I recognize the system is in the early stages of implementation, I'm concerned about the immediate impacts these changes are having on public access and visitor experience. Below is a summary of concerns shared directly with my office by residents. 1. Multiple residents have reported that directions provided by security staff were unclear or inconsistent, varying from day to day. Several visitors felt uncomfortable being asked to remove personal items such as belts, especially when there appeared to be no clear or consistent rationale. A repeat visitor to my office shared that security procedures varied significantly across multiple consecutive visits, for example, being asked to remove a belt on one occasion but not another. One resident was denied entry with their bicycle at the Lisker entrance but was allowed entry shortly after at the Laurier entrance. At a recent community event, many attendees raised concerns about these new measures, citing specific negative experiences when trying to access City Hall. City Hall regularly receives members of the public who are in heightened emotional states, often following difficult interactions with city services. Unclear or inconsistent security practices risk escalating those situations and may raise safety concerns for staff in councillors' offices, Service Ottawa, and Service in Ontario. I appreciate that the implementation takes time to stabilize, and I'm raising these concerns to help ensure all residents are treated with consistency, fairness, and respect. To that end, I would appreciate clarification on the following security-related questions. 1, is there a standardized procedure that security staff are following when screening visitors to City Hall? And 2, what kinds of items are currently prohibited from being brought to City Hall? And is there a plan to offer secure or temporary storage for items that cannot be brought past screening? So I'm simply asking this as the councillor that represents the ward that City Hall sits in. And as a lot of you know, my office in particular receives a lot of visits from individuals in fairly vulnerable situations. So given these new security procedures, we want to ensure that they can still access us while security staff is also keeping us safe. So, and thank you to staff for working with us on this inquiry, and I look forward to the response.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Plante.
Construction on or adjacent city right-of-way is impactful for our residents, whereas where access to pedestrian, cycling, and vehicle facilities cannot be maintained, residents expect that they will be informed of any upcoming changes and be given safe and practical alternatives that are accessible, well-signed, and well-communicated. Based on inquiries I've received from residents and my own interest in this issue, I would like to know what bylaws, policies, and procedures are in place to ensure that vehicle, cycling, or pedestrian movement is not unduly impacted during construction or associated occupation of any right-of-way. This request relates to both the construction activities taken by the City of Ottawa, projects undertaken by private entities within our right-of-way, as well as occupation of the right-of-way in support of development or construction on private property. I would appreciate your insights on the following questions. For construction-associated occupation activities on or around stairs, bike lanes, bike paths, sidewalks, multi-use pathways, or any other pedestrian or cycle link by any other name, where the proposed construction or related occupation will have an impact on vehicle, cycle, or pedestrian movement. Number 1, how do staff review, coordinate, or approve any detours to ensure that resident safety is prioritized and impacts to residents are minimized? 2, what signage is required to communicate sidewalk or other closures and detours? 3, does the city allow for sidewalks within the same block be closed on both sides of the street at the same time? Or how are mid-block closures or detours signed? 4, what policies or procedures are in place for the city to communicate closures to the public both in advance and during construction? Similarly, what requirements must private entities follow in communicating with the city and the public? 5, how are these requirements enforced? Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Carr.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of 25 June 2025 be adjourned.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Oui.
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous. My name is Sebastian Tremblay and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Sébastien Tremblay et je serai l'animateur de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in reverse alphabetical order to ask questions. You may ask one question with one follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique inverse, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. We'll now start with, nous allons commencer avec Nelly Alberola à Radio-Canada.
Sorry. Allô, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Excusez pour la voix. Ma première question concerne le
First question is about the district authority in the Byward market. The on-site, we hear several retailers that are kind of sinister. So what do you have to say about the current situation? Well, we know that there was a lot of progress made in the market, in the Byward market. I'm happy to see that more people are visiting every day, every month. We made a lot of progress with the police force. And I think there's a lot of optimism. I often speak with residents and small retailers and restaurators, and I think that I know we still have a lot of work to do. It's not over yet, but it behoves us to continue to look for solutions for homelessness and for mental health issues. I know we have a lot of work to do to improve the situation in the Byward market. But at the same time, I'm happy that we made a lot of progress. Thank you. My follow-up question is about the intervention of Mona Fortier, federal MP, who questioned the choice of location for the bridge project. And I was wondering if you had the same concern, because several people are concerned about that. Is it legitimate? Well, in my opinion, a new bridge is not a priority for the city of Ottawa. And I think it's the same thing for Gatineau, but I can't speak for Maude Marquis-Bissonnette. You can ask her the question. But as far as I'm concerned, we have transit priorities, and the bridge is not a priority. If the federal government has funds to invest in Ottawa, I hope we can talk to see how we can invest those funds in our priorities. Thank you. Now, Charles-Antoine Gagnon with Le Droit. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm doing well, thank you. The electoral campaign has started already. Mr. Leeper is thinking about running for mayor, and I think that you will be trying for another term. Oh, yes. I read the news, and I spoke to Jeff Leeper a few weeks ago. We have a good relationship. I know Jeff Leeper for 20 years, so I must say that I am not a career politician, so I'm not always thinking about the next election. But we already have 18 months before the end of this term, and I'm working every day, not thinking about the next election. I'm working hard every day for the Ottawa population, and I think that we have a lot of work to do for the next year. And you intend to run again? Yes.
Merci. We will now
Thank
go to
you.
Arthur White-Crummy at CBC.
So I'll be on the same theme. Just wanted to ask how it feels to have your first challenger, I think, of the 2026 campaign with this announcement by Jeff Leeper.
Jeff Leeper and I have known each other a long time, probably more than 20 years, certainly more than 20 years, in fact. We go back a long way. We have a great relationship. But look, you know, there's still almost 18 months left in this mandate. I'm not a lifelong politician. I'm not a career politician. So I don't get up every day thinking about the next election or thinking about what the next role that I want to have. I was given a 4-year mandate in 2022 to serve the people of Ottawa. I'm extremely grateful to have this role. And when I get up every morning, my focus is on delivering results for the residents of Ottawa. It's not on the next election campaign. I have a job to do, and we still have a lot of work to do in this mandate. So that's going to be my focus for the next 18 months.
So as you say, you've known him for more than 20 years. He said he respects you. I gave him plenty of opportunity to say something bad about you. He wouldn't do it, except for something on budgeting that was very wonky. So I'm wondering what you think this means for the coming campaign. If he is your main challenger, what kind of tone do you think it might have?
Not up to me to decide on that. I didn't expect to run unopposed in the next election campaign. I didn't run unopposed in the last election campaign. That's what election campaigns are about. But the election campaign is a long, long way from now. It's, you know, if you go back to 2022, on June 25th, 2022, I hadn't even announced I was running yet for the election that was happening that October, let alone for an election that was happening, 18 months away. So we're a long way from the next municipal election. Again, my focus is not on campaigns, on opponents, on how that campaign is going to play out. My focus is on delivering results in the mandate that I have from the voters of Ottawa, and working hard every day to represent them, working hard to keep taxes as low as possible, to manage their money as effectively as possible, to improve public transit, to address some of the challenges we have around homelessness and housing, to continue to work on all the other priorities we have as a community, because we still have a lot of time left and a lot left to accomplish.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. Thank you, merci. Have a great Wednesday.